Brian, and runs it down through there. 441, 157, 441, 157. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, round one, you should be in the lanes. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Attention to bits, attention to bits. New entries, entries that have not gone down the track need you in lanes 5 and 6. New entries, lanes 5 and 6. Pro ED, round one, in the lanes. Double entries 1 and 2, singles 3 and 4. Zero Enterprises, $5,000 to win. Pro ET, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. On the single run, the Camaro, 572.7122. Pro ET, round number one, coming out. Pro AT round one, Greg Dreer, Bruno Casellas Camaro, right side. Start off Mizzier Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Amber Rutherford, in from Alberta, $596 the Mustang, $641 the Camaro. First pair Sunday morning. In set, here we go. Red light start Amber by 19 thousandths of a second. Down there top end, Greg Dreer, 6.376 on that 41 dialing. But the automatic win going to Greg. Now Michelob Ultra Lane is Larry Warren, the 55 Chevrolet, and Brian Cam, the Camaro. The Camaro at 796, Brian Cam. Larry Warren, the 5.5 in from Tehachapi. That race in town at Tehachapi, 6.56, Larry Warren. Green light starts this pair. Brian Cam out there in that Camaro looking over his shoulder. Larry Warren making a move, taps that brake. Brian Cam by 2 thousandths of a second. Dead on 6, 0.48 for the win. Larry was better at 31, was a 2 over 58 with a 5. It's going to the buyback window by 2 thousandths of a second. Clint McKay, Pedro Valadez. Pedro 7.02 for the Firebird in from Fullerton. And Clint McKay, big block 66 Chevelle at 6.07. I love the pair of the water bucks. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. If you can't see it in your back of the pits, I'll tell you about it in a second. Clint lights that second light. Pedro lights that second light. Green light starts again. Pedro with that head start, that bird. Here comes that Chevelle down their top end. It's Pedro Valadez. Pedro out by 2, double 0-2 on the tree. Clint out by 3, could not get there, was 80 on the tree. And Pedro was double 0-2. Alan Brown and the Chick Magnet, the Pinot, Steve Walker. 6.18, Steve Walker in the Chick Magnet. 5.76, Alan Brown in the coupe. Red light start, Steve Walker, Alan Brown, 0.34, too quick by 6 thou, and moving to the next round is Jody George, Jeff Taylor. The Oldsmobile for Jody George is 7.17. Jeff Taylor, the Dakota pickup truck out of Oregon, 5.75. Here comes that pickup truck. Wow, watch that baby down there top end. Jody George out by a bunch after a 007 start. Jeff Taylor 49 on the tree, 2 over 77 with an 8 on that 75 dial-in for the win. Chris Johnson, Dennis Paz, wow. Paz, the El Camino, 675. Chris Johnson for Western Edge Auto Center over there in Lancaster off the 14 freeway. 585, Chris Johnson. In set. Head start to the El Camino. And a green light start, Dennis Paz. Red light start, Chris Johnson. Top in the El Camino. Ooh, 45 on the tree is Dennis Paz. And too quick by 5 Dial, but it's the automatic W. That three-way Chevrolet lane. DJ Homard, Mark Beaven. The B-Mobile. The Duster, 673. Getting the head start over that Nova Wagon. That stunning Nova Wagon. 639 for DJ. Three-way Chevrolet lane. Red light start, Mark even by 13,000. DJ's 21 on the tree. 638.2 on that 639 dial-in for the automatic W. Wow. Huh. What were you guys thinking? C.W. Hofer, Mike Agnew. Now, C.W., the Firebird, has not had a C.W. Hofer weekend. I got to say that. Down 731. Mike Agnew's had a Mike Agnew weekend. Remember, he picked up the win at Pro the other day for $5,000. The Extreme Powder Coating LED Racing Oil Chevelle at 603. The Silver Platter Racing Firebird 731. Green lights arts here. That Chevelle making a move down there. Not enough. C-Dub. How about C.W. Hofer? 14 on the tree. Dead on 2 for a 16,000 package. And that eliminated Mike Agnew because he was 028 and runs dead on 2 and got nothing to show for it. Wow. Paige Smith, Cooper Dreher. Cooper, the Cool Mercury Comet, 749. Paige Smith for that Mountain View Performance Team, 609 Paige. Here we go. Head start Cooper. Paige doing the chasing. True start, in fact, the win light goes to Cooper Dreher. He was the better of the 2 red lights at 016. Goes 747.8 on that 49 dial-in. Getting the automatic win. Paige was 026 RED. Is Logan Pagano, Jay Griner. The Pontiac Ventura J Farside 672. Chasing the Corvette. Logan Pagano, 784 in the Corvette. Green light starts in this pair. This is going to be fun to watch down there. 2,000 separate them in reaction time. Logan Pagano, 786.2 on that 84 dial-in, 043 for the win. Jay Griner, 45 on the tree, goes out 76 with a tree on that 72. Is Darren Taylor and Abigail Rogers. Abigail, the M&M Fuels Junior Com Dragster, 655 Abbey three-way Chevrolet lane. And out of Idaho, Darren Taylor, 605 in the Avon right side. Abigail Rogers, 012 red. Top end, Darren Taylor, 64 on the tree. Dead on 0. Moving to round 2. Sasha Hofer, DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre, the Dennis Paz Nova, 652. Chasing Sasha Hofer. Silver Platter Racing Firebird. Miss Sasha at 734. Green light starts. DeAndre, pretty darn good at this. Sasha ain't bad either down there. Sasha Hofer, 030, out by 1 thou for the win. DeAndre, 040, out by 18 thou for the loss. And Sasha Hofer moving on is Tana Taylor, Jeff Dye. Jeff, that's the Nova. Three-way Chevrolet late at 670. Tana Taylor, the 70 Mustang, LS powered in from Idaho, 642 for the Mustang. Green light starts in this pair. 015 was off that starting line first, and Tana makes it work down there. Tana was 003, 44 with a 0 on a 42 dial for the win. Jeff Dye saw him working the brake pedal down there and missed that dial by 8 thou. It was 015. So Tana to round 2 is Alan Valvo. Mike Dye now. Michael Farside. That's the Capri, 667. For that Pinners Tire and Fuel over there, Paso Robles. Now Valvo. Golden State Management, 72 Chevelle, 611 Allen. Michelob Ultra Lane. Couple of green light starts here. Watch it down there. It's going to be Allen, 085, 22 with the 1 on that 11 dial in for the win. Michael missed the tree in the Capri, and 73 with the 9 on the 67. Could not get there. Monty Beagle, Rob Strong. Bonnie in from Alberta, Canada. The Beagle Automotive, a 33 Ford Coupe, big block Chevrolet, 576. Monty, 681. Rob Strong for the Horsepower Garage. That Firebird in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Red light start, Rob Strong. Bonnie Beagle going to truck on down that Michelob Ultra Lane, dial 576. Goes 5807. 050 on the tree. Richard Leo. Colin Poist. Colin the CP Auto Works Nova. 674. Richard Leo. Cletus the Ranchero. 717. Richard Leo, three-way Chevrolet lane. So Cletus with head start, the Ranchero. Colin Poist doing the chasing. Richard out in front, going to drop that nose. Colin, 017, 78 with a 7 on that 74 dial for the win. Richard Leo dropping the nose, getting the stripe, hoping he broke out. Goes 7:23.2 on that 70 dialed, 40 on the tree. Scott Taylor, Jim Hulse. Jim Hulse, 7:27 in the Dotson. Scott Taylor, 6:58 in the Chevelle out of Montana. Head start to the Dotson. Chevelle doing the chasing. Clean green again this pair. Jim Hulse down there, top end, take that stripe. Yes, he does. Jim Hulse, 38 on the tree, gets there first. 7:31.5 on that 27 dial for the win. Scott Taylor, 86 on the tree, 61 with the 1 going out on that 58 dial is Stan Deming, Josh DeSouza. Josh, 690 in the Junior Comp Dragster. Stan Deming, the Kid Performance Nova, 6-2-1. True start in effect, and it goes to Stan Deming. He was the better of the two red lights. Deming is 10 red, 20 with a 7 on that 21 dial. Stunning. Josh goes red and dead on 2. Unfortunately, his red was worse than Stan's. Wow. Tim O'More had a pretty good Saturday in the door car clash. 597 for the Camaro out of Arizona. And Randy Stanley, the Phantom Realty, Gary's Automotive Nova in from Idaho, 686, Randy Stanley. Green light starts. That Camaro started to make that move. Go, tapping them brakes down there. Wow. Tim O'More on the brake. Dead 7-0-10 for the win. Randy Stanley, 21 and 1 over 87 with a 3. And, well, man, Cliff Hall, Michael Cortez. The Hall brothers Maverick, 598. Michael Cortez, the Dart, 651. Green light starts here. The Hall Brothers Maverick coming up alongside, side by side down there is going to be Cliff Hall. 028, 6022 on that 598 dial for the win. Michael Cortez missing the tree at 97 and out by 4. Get there first by 8. Zach Ealing, Jeremy Everest. Jeremy, that's the Mustang, 716. Getting head start over the drop top Corvette. Zach Ealing, 641 in the Zachmobile. Head start Mustang, Corvette doing the chasing. Clean green, this pair. Jeremy out there. Here comes Zach England, that Corvette. Zach goes dead 9, 037 for the win. Jeremy goes dead 5, 056 for the loss. Wow. Randy Snyder, Vega, 654. Chase at K-Mac. Kevin McClellan, the El Camino at 765. Randy Snyder, 019 RED. Kevin McClellan, 028 green. K-Mac is 7671 on that 65 dialing for the win. Randy goes out by 3,000, but 019 RED. Jeff Taylor back in entry number 2. And Chase Trimp, yeah, he's had a pretty good Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. A runner-up and a win so far in Pro ET for the Opel GT out of Wilton. 654 Chase, 576 Jeff Taylor. Green light starts here. That Dakota pickup truck coming on big time down there. It's Chase. Wow, Chase Trimp puts up a 10,000 pack. Goes 009 on the tree. Dead 1 for the win. Jeff Taylor was 50 on the tree and had no chance. Wesley Emery, Rick Barthouse. Rick gets Cool Car Award. 56 Ford at 760. The S10 pickup truck in from Idaho. 701 for the Affordable Transmissions Team Machine. Barnhart out front, that very cool Ford. Leslie Emery coming on down there top. And wow. Barnhart, 33 on the tree, breaks out by 8 with a 52 with a 0 on that 60. Leslie Emery with 74 and parked that baby to 698.0 for the win on that 701 dial-in. Pedro Valadez, the Firebird at 7 flat. Tony Marconi, the drop top arrow, 585. Green light starts. Firebird left, arrow right. Down there, top end, there can only be one winner, and it's going to be Tony Marconi. 035, dead 0 for the win. Pedro is better at 22, goes out by 15,000. Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon. And Ron Noyes, 590 for the Camaro Ron Noyes. 742, Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon. Well, somebody can light that second light anytime today. There we go. Thank you. And Ron Noyes, he looked like he went up on the brake there. That Camaro rolled through. Jeff Crater on the truck right on down through there. 746.4, 91 miles an hour, 052 for the win. You saw the tree start to come down for Ron, and the car seemed to rock there. And, well, that didn't work. The shopping cart, John Victorino and Amber Rutherford in entry number 2. The Mustang, Amber, $595. The shopping cart for DP Converters, Nick Parabolaris, $714. John Victorino. Peter Biondo's favorite car. Peter, give anything to take that car back home. So the Rebel Fit Nutrition Mustang for Miss Amber at $595. Chasing the shopping cart. Green light starts. Couple of red cars. Man, Amber drops that nose down there. Amber goes 99 with a 6 on that 95. 046. Victo missed the tree and that was off 33 with a 6 on that 14 dial-in. DJ Homard, Rick Fendley. 645 for the Bel Air. 638 for the Nova Wagon. 2 show quality cars here, but the Bel Air gets bonus points. I'm just saying. DJ Homard's Dual Auto Body built Nova Wagon is a stunner, but the Bel Air is just like the cool meter just got pegged. Head start to the Bel Air. Picks them front wheels up so cool. Down there, top end, that wind light says DJ. Perfect in reaction time. 41 with 7 on that 38 dial for the win. Rick Fendley was 56 on the tree, goes dead 4, and is headed to the buyback round. So there's a perfect reaction time. It got a win light. Had 3 of them yesterday, and they didn't get the win light. Colin Poist. Ron Nichols, the Hammer, the Oldsmobile, 703. Rick Llewellyn, the Nova, 671 for the team out of CP Auto Works in Yucca Valley. So head start going to the Hammer. Rick Llewellyn doing the chase into the Nova. Hammer bumps that Oldsmobile and lights that second light. Green light starts. Rick left, Hammer right. Down there, top end, Rick Llewellyn. 667.8 on that 71 dial-in for a double breakout for the win. Rick was 038. The Hammer, 98 with a 7 on that 03 dial-in. 56 on the tree. And Rick moving on. The Hammer going to the buyback. Wow. Stan Deming, Jeff LaSalle. Kid Performance Nova, 622. Jeff LaSalle, the Dodge 650. A couple of prime time players, round 1. Guys, you were supposed to plan this for the final. Apparently, planning didn't go very well. Your cruise director didn't set you up well in this one. Red light start by 3,000. Jeff LaSalle. Stan Deming, 39 on the tree. Stan Deming, 6,205 for the automatic W of the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff LaSalle, 003 RED. And 651 due on that 50 dial. Bonnie Beagle. Kim Nielsen. Kim, 623 in the Porsche. Bonnie Beagle, 579 in the coupe. The Porsche style that is 623. And by the way, just in case you wanted to know, Kim's Porsche is fast. Former design engineer for GM. Remember those Cyclone pickup trucks? Kim designed those. Red light start, Kim Nielsen. Bonnie Beagle, 10 on the tree. Bonnie Beagle, 5, 78.8 on that 79 dialing. Taking the automatic win. The next pair coming, rolling on up. Ed DeQuette, Al Valvo. Ed from Lake Havasu, 537 in the Cavalier. Al Valvo in for AZ, 611 for the Chevelle. The Cavalier at 537 obviously has one of those 2.2 big blocks. Double 02 Green Allen, red light starred, Ed Duquette. Allen goes 6058 on that 611 dial. 002, Ed goes red, and 35 with the 6 on that 37 dial in RED. Kelly Findlay, Randy Stanley. Randy Farside, 687, getting the head start, the Avon. Kelly Findlay, the Toyota pickup truck, which is not stock, in case you didn't know that. 655, Kelly Findlay. Pre-stage. Head start to the Nova. Not by much. Just about that much. Red light start, Kelly Findlay by 6 thou. Randy Stanley, 008, runs it down through there. Randy goes 6.864. All right, attention to the pits. Super Pro door car, round 1, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Super Pro door car, round 1, doubles 1 and 2, singles 3 and 4. Bazier Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday. Larry Warren, that's a 5.5 Chevrolet at 656. And Garrett Agnew, the dragster, 633 Garrett. Larry Warren, 002 red. Garrett Agnew moving on. 625.4 on that 633 dial-in for the automatic win. So the next pair rolling on up here. Darren Taylor and Sunday Tim Arnswald. Just a heads up, guys and gals. Sunday Tim had a pretty good Saturday, and that usually doesn't bode well for everyone else on Sunday. 7:30 for Sunday Tim Arnswald. 6:05. Darren Taylor. By the way, Darren Taylor wasn't impressed by Sunday Tim. Just saying, it's round 1 and he's in the other lane. Facts are facts. Super Pro door car, need you the lanes. Super Pro door car, need you the lanes. Sunday Tim is in. Darren Taylor's in. Green light starts. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch. Here comes Darren in that three-way Chevrolet. They got enough. How about that Darren Taylor? Dead on 5, 049 for the win. Sunday Tim was dead on 7, 065 for the loss. Wow. Joel Hudson, Rich Stanfield. Rich, far side. That's the V-dub. 744, Rich Stanfield. 657, Joel Hudson. For Hillside Hay and Johnson Feed, the 84 Monte Carlo for Joel. Red light start V-dub, Rich Stanfield. Joel, trucking right on down through there on that 657 dial. Go 6, 5, 4, 7, and moving to round number 2 in Pro ET. Bazir Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday. Stan Montgomery and Shelby Ray Schoenfield. Shelby Ray, the Nova, 671. Getting the head start over the 63 Nova. Stan Montgomery for Pintor's Tire and Fuel over there in Santa Margarita. 597, Stan Montgomery. Couple of green light starts here. Couple of Novas, your different generations down there. It's going to be Stan Montgomery, 6028 on that 597 dial in for the win. Shelby Ray dial to 71, goes 81 with a 1. It could not get there. Stan Montgomery was the better of the two reaction time. Mike Bolton, the Bolton Wellies, Jeep, Ford powered, big Ford in front of the Jeep there. 640 Mike Bolton, 632 Cal Gordon for that CP Auto Works Team Machine. Over there at Hess Speria, the Money Pit Mustang, chasing the Jeep. Green light starts. Head start to the Jeep. Oh, they're side by side down there. Wow. Cal Gordon was better reaction time. Goes in 18 with a 3 on the 32 to break out. Mike Bolton, a 2 over 42 with a 4 on that 40 dial-in, was 085 and was second off that starting line. Going to the next round is Shelby Williams, Jeff Ball. Ford Alter, 589, Jeff Ball. Shelby Williams, the Foggett Camaro at 619. Ooh, Shelby carried them front wheels. Separated by 2 thou off that starting line, and it's going to be Shelby by 1/1000th of a second. 20 with a 4 on that 19 dial, 22 on the tree. Jeff Ball, 20 on the tree, 1 over with a 7 and doesn't get there. Wow, by 1/1000th of a second. Shelby Williams going round number 2 is Alan Brown and Henry Robertson. Team Bodie, Stickers Mustang for Henry at 694. And Alan Brown, the Brown Brothers Ford Coupe at 576. Henry did not have a Henry Robertson weekend until yesterday. Went into the late rounds, into the money rounds. And, man, I'll tell you, that Mustang gets on a roll. Look out. But the guy in the other lane, that ain't no weak dog, Alan Brown. Head start, Henry. Here comes Alan Brown in that coupe down there. They are going to be, watch that down there. Alan Brown, 047, 577.3 on that 76 dial for the win. Henry, 59 on the tree and out by 3 stinking thousandths of a second. Alan Brown, round 2. Chris Pintor, Chris Johnson. Duster, 583 for the team out of Lancaster. The guy who owns that Pintor's Tire and Fuel over in Santa Margarita. $639 for the Nova for Chris Pintor. Difference in reaction time, a thou. Down at the top end, Chris Pintor, 038 dead 4 for the win. Chris Johnson, 037, 86 with a 4 on that 83 dialing. C.W. Hofer, Brian Bosart. The Camaro, the Copo Camaro at 520. C-Dub, Firebird, 726. Oh, that Camaro's guy in the front wheels, big time C-Dub down there. Here comes that Camaro. CW, 30 with a 6 on that 26 dial for the win. 037. Brian was 63 on the tree and way off that 20 dialing at 540. Sasha Hofer, Jody George. Jody's second entry at 7 flat. Chasing that Firebird of Sasha Hofer, 728 for Sasha. Sasha Hofer, 001 red. 727.7 on that 28 dial. Sasha's out of here. Jody, a 1 over 01 with a 1-0-3-0 for the win. Tana Taylor, Logan Pagano. Corvette for Logan, 787. The Mustang, LS powered, 644. Tana Taylor. Tana is 009 RED. 781 on that 87 dial, 048 for the automatic win for Logan Pagano. Attention to bits, attention to bits. If you have money coming for Friday, Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if you didn't get paid, payouts are at the West Coast Bracket Race trailer right behind the tower. So payouts, if you have money coming for the 3 previous days, you can head on over there. Get your money. And let's not forget those beautiful event T-shirts and other swag they have down there. Pro ET door car should be in the lanes. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. It's Sunday. Come on, it's been a while, you guys. Go easy on me. S/P door car should be in the lanes. Double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. Scott Taylor, Jonathan Knoll. 660 for the Chevelle. Jonathan Knoll, Sierra Auto and Tire Challenger. 710 for the car that's got the third pedal in it. Jonathan Taylor drops that clutch and just spins them tires big time. Unfortunately, Scott Taylor can make him pay. Scott's 14 on the tree, dead on one for a 15,000 package. Well, when Jonathan Taylor dropped, Jonathan Knoll dropped that clutch at 094. He was eliminated, but runs 743.2 on that 10 dial. Carl Hagan, Ricky Duschel. Ricky the Corvette has been having a pretty good Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. It's 553. Carl Hagan, the Dodge Avenger, Big Block Chevrolet right here in Bakersfield. 513, Carl Hagan. So head start going to that Corvette from Palmdale. The Avenger doing the chasing. Head start, Ricky Duschel in that Corvette. Here comes Carl Hagan down there, top end. Carl Hagan, 033, 1 over 14 with a 1. Ricky Duschel was 12 on the tree and took too much stripe and breaks out by 6 thou. Greg Dreher, Tim Wirtz. The Camaro for Greg Dreher, 640. Getting the head start over Tim Wirtz in from Idaho, 513. There it said, head start to the former Summit ET Racing National Champion. Here comes that Corvette. 3,000 difference in reaction time, and it's going to be Greg Dreher. Tim Wirtz out by 5,000, 029 for the loss. Greg Dreher 1 over 41 with a 5, 026. Greg Dreher moving on. Bruno's Camaro. Jason Pad, A.J. Cameron. Hey, haulers a pair. AJ 658 in the El Camino. Jason Pad 590 for the Love Truck out of Alberta, Canada. AJ Cameron 006 RED, the Love Truck moving on. Jason Pad 023 on the tree, 5990 on the 90 dialing. The automatic win. Dennis Paz, Byron McCullough. The Camaro for Byron. Well, a couple of NorCal guys, the air conditioning guys, Byron. 654 for the Camaro. Dennis Paz, 675 for that wheel stand in El Camino. Red Light Star Byron by 11th thou. DP in the El Camino dial 675 6748 027 for the automatic win for Dennis Paz. Roadsters, get your Roadsters. Everybody wants a Roadster. Anthony Mataza, the Mataza Racing Roadster 568 right side. Dan McClellan, Little Mac 588 for the Big Mac Racing Roadster left side. Anthony lights that second light. Dan McClellan bumping in, lights that second light. Green light starts in this pair. Watch that finish line. Dan McClellan, 18 thou package, 10 on the tree, dead on 8. Anthony Mataza goes 26 and had no chance, breaking out by 14 thou when the guy in the other lane's 18 thou package. That's wow. Robert Butler, Greg Vining. 580, the sharpshooter Fleming Nova for Greg Vining. 573 for the NorCal base Camaro of Robert Butler. Big block Nova, bigger block Camaro. Green light starts this pair. Difference, 1 thou. Finish line, Robert Butler, 013, dead 6. Greg Vining, 014, 81 with a 5, 1 over that 80 dial. Robert Butler moving on. Speedy Booth, Larry Giese. The Dodge Daytona 570, getting a head start over the Porsche for Hughes Performance Transmissions. 565, Petey Booth. Larry Giese rolls up pre-stages, waiting on that Porsche. Petey's in, Larry's in. Green light starts here. Larry left, Pete right. That's going to be fun at the finish line. Larry Giese, 004 on the tree, a 1 over 71 with a 5 for the win. Petey weren't bad. Petey was 17 on the tree. Got there first by 6 10,000ths. Breaks out by 4 10,000ths. Justin Short, Andrew Olson. Two guys had a very good Saturday in the shootout, the door car clash. 551, Justin Short, the Chevelle. 578, Andrew Olson, the Camaro. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro Dragsters. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Green light starts here. Andrew with a little head start at Camaro. At that top end, you see Andrew tap the brakes. He gave it back by 8 10,000ths of a second. Justin Short, 55 with an 8 020 on that 51 dial-in. Andrew Olson tapped the brakes. 82 with a 4 on that 78 dial-in 024 and doesn't light up the scoreboard by 8 10,000ths of a second. Justin Short get the win line. Jeff Jones, James Rutherford, a probe at 486. Jeff Jones for Calvert Suspensions, K&M Filters, Mickey Thompson Tires, 602. Jeff Jones. Big head start going to that Nova. Green light starts. Oh, watch that probe down there, top end. Jeff Jones, better reaction time with a 20. Goes to 98 with a 1 on that 602 to break out and lose. James Rutherford, 39 on the tree. Out by 6 thou, 85 with 3 on that 86 dial-in. The probe is coming back. Super Pro Dragster, round one to the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster, double entries, lanes 1 and 2, single entries, lanes 5 and 6. Randy Cloud, Pearson Demings. Pearson, final top Nova 653. Randy Cloud, the L&M Transmissions. Ford Mustang 562, Randy Cloud. Here comes that Mustang running after that Nova. Got enough down there? Yes, he does. Randy Cloud, 005, 66 with a 4 on that 62 dial for the win. Pearson, 33 on the tree and out by 6 thou. Super Pro Dragster, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Sir James Hartsfigan, the Sir James Barracuda for Mazir Enterprises on Mazir Enterprises Sunday, 571. And Brad Pierce picked up that big $10,000 win, the Door Car Clash yesterday. The Corvette for Brad at 6-3-1-1-1-1-1. True start on Sir James, 001 red, gets the win. 572-2 on that 571 dial. Brad was 003 red, out by 7 thou. Bill Botello, DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre, 648, getting the head start over the Seas Candy Grand Am, 494. Oh, dear. Huh. Munson, you're going to let this go? I thought you'd cuddle with this thing. We'll talk about it later. DeAndre out there. Bill Botello with problems in the Grand Am. And, well, DeAndre's out of the throttle at 674. And I'm not sure what happened to Bill Botello. But, by the way, if you lost your deer, oh, dear, come to the tower. Jay Kasem's cuddling with it right now. So we found a deer. Munson found a deer in staging lanes and cuddled, and then Mike Ealing, Scott Taylor. 65 El Camino, 65 Chevelle. Only difference is the back end. Mike Ealing, 659. Scott Taylor, 659. Huh. I see a pattern here. I have no idea what the pattern is, but I see it. Green light starts here. Mike Ealing, the El Camino, Scott Taylor, the Chevelle down there top end. It's Mike Ealing, dead on 049 for the win. Scott Taylor was 029, 61 with 6 on that $59. Does not get there. Mike Ealing by 6 thousandths of a second is Gary Manaka, Ryan Mangus. Mangus 613 to the wheel standing. White 67 Camaro. Gary Manaka, the Hughes Performance Roadster, 527. Green light starts to spare. Manaka coming after him in that roadster. Can he get there? Yes, he does. By 10 thousandths of a second. 528-1 on that $27 for Gary Manaka. 007 gets the win. Ryan Angus was 17 on the tree and 613-2 on that 613 dialing and going to the buyback round. Rob Strong, Larry Pittenger, Arizona for Larry, 612. Chasing the Horsepower Garage Firebird, 679. Rob Strong. Head start to that Firebird. Camaro doing the chasing. Clean green. California left, Arizona right. It's going to be California. 011 on the tree, 88 with a 2 on that 79 dialed for the win for Rob Strong. Larry missed the tree at 88, goes 615-1 on the 612 dialing, going to the buyback round. Sean Ely, Johnny Castro. The Nova for JC, 645. The Corvette for Sean Ely, 641. Green light starts in this pair. Sean, John. Top in, Sean. 6438033 for the win on the 41 dialing. Castro, 42 on the tree, 49 with the 9 on that 45 dialing. Vince Campa, Robert Neighbor. The Corvette for Neighbor, 519. The Roser for Vince Campa, 506 for the Maximum Horsepower Technologies team car. Couple of convertibles taking the time, light that second light. Now Vince gets in. Here we go. Red light start. Vince Campa by 1/1000th of a second. Robert Neighbor, 518.6 on that 19 dialing for the automatic W. And finish out this round of Super Pro door car. Jay Kasem going to slide on in here.
Well, thank you, Mike. Man, action started early today, didn't it? Wow. A lot of great racing going on, a lot of great racing still to come here on Mizzier Sunday. Somebody out there is going to pick up that $10,000. One of you pro guys is going to pick up $5,000 as we enjoy another beautiful day out here on the patch at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. This time, the 2023 edition. Here we are, Mike Agnew. Mike 603, the dialing in that bright red Chevelle alongside Andrew Manning. Andrew 556 on the bike. They both go red. Mike goes red by less and puts on the win light. They run it out. The bike runs 580 on a 556. Mike runs it out, runs 604 with a 7 on a 603. A.J. Cameron, the 64 El Camino. alongside one of the coolest cars out here, Robin Croton. I guess if you got excavating and grading equipment, you probably can afford a car that's this nice. That is a beautiful machine. 518 the dial. He's in the Michelob Ultra lane. He's been in there most of the weekend. It seems everybody kind of settles in on the spots they like. That car, just an absolutely gorgeous car. Alongside A.J. Cameron. AJ's El Camino is going to leave first. Give him a little bit of time, and then here comes that great big GTX trying to track him down. Both lights are excellent. Wind light comes up over on AJ Cameron's side. Robin Croton runs a 16 with a 3 on an 18. That's too quick. He started it out with a 005 light. 015 for AJ, and AJ runs a 55 with a 1 on a 55. That's kind of what forced the breakout over on the other side, even though he did have 100th on the tree. Daniel McClellan. I had it explained to me about the Max, and somehow we ended up with a medium Mac. I'm not quite sure how it works out, but Daniel McClellan driving the Big Mac racing machine. 27 Roadster dialed 588 alongside PJ Giacalone. Oh, these guys have only raced actually they've raced each other so far once this weekend. Now they're racing twice this weekend. These guys know what they're doing. Both guys off the tree nice. The better of the two lights didn't win, though. Daniel McClellan goes off the line with 019 and was actually treed just a tad. 89 with a 1 on 88 after his 19. 008 light for PJ, and PJ runs down through there and goes to 574 on a 577. The breakout gives the win over Daniel. Next pair coming your way, Tony Marconi. I bet he's got a radio in that car. Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones out of Montrose. 598 the dial in for that machine. The bright blue Nova. Mickey Thompson, Calvert, K&N, all sponsors on that car. 555 cubic inches of Chevy might be enough to be up on that little one-of-a-kind 76 Aero 440 Mopar under the hood. Tony is going to give the head start to the gigantic motored Nova. Tony trying to catch up to him, can't do it. Actually, we have another breakout. He goes 84 with a 6 on an 86. He did give up about 3 on the tree. Matter of fact, exactly 3 on the tree. Jeff Jones went 011 on the tree, 98 with a 1 for a 12,000 pack. And that's the kind of stuff that does force breakouts. Beautiful race on both sides, but one of those deals, somebody's got to lose. I believe Emma's doing the driving over there on the 63 split window Corvette. Alfonso Zafla. Alfonso driving the little 66 Nova, 640 the dial-in. So his big block Chevy powered Nova is going to take off and go that way real fast. And then that Corvette is going to come after him even faster. Tree comes down. Excellent light. Duchelle goes 002 on the tree and then runs a 53 with a 1 on a 52 for a 13,000 pack. Alfonso offline goes 06, and that's pretty much all she wrote, even though it runs dead on with an 8. No help after the tree. Larry Giese driving the 95 Daytona 571. He's going to be chasing the 76er of Darren Taylor. Darren Taylor making the trip down, trying to put some money in the bank. There's going to be a lot up for grabs. Larry Geezy goes red by a bunch. Taylor 04 to the green side, runs 606 with a 6 on a 605 and puts on the win light. Geezy runs it out the other end, goes 68 with a 9 on a 71. No help after hanging an 04 red bulb. Henry bringing the Mustang back around. Henry Roberson. Team Bodie. 693 the dial for that Mustang. 512 for Tim Wirtz in the Rhino Rush energy drink machine. Man, I want to be sponsored by Rhino, rent the car and scare people. Staging up, taking her time. Henry's going to be the last one to put a bulb on. But he's going to be the first one to leave. Lights are pretty similar. Down at the other end is going to be close. Wind light says Henry. Henry's back at it again. 693 with an 8 on a 693. Started out with an 047 bulb and takes the win. Tim Wirtz, an 060 on a tree. He goes under by 2 thou. As he goes up 511 with an 8. Byron McCulloch driving a 67 Camaro. Joe Levette driving a 73 Camaro. Levette's dial 573 gives the head start over to Byron McCulloch 658 as he runs to the other end of the track. The wind light comes up on Joe Levette's side. Byron McCulloch breaks out with a 650 with an 8 on a 58, breaking out by 8 basically. 573 the dial for Joe. He goes up 574 with a 2 after a beautiful 023 light. Taylor Chevelle dialed in a 661, is going to leave first, but just by a smidge is Pearson Deming in the absolute sleeper of the weekend. The 76er. Man, I'm telling you. No, I can't tell you until they get a little closer. There you go. How about this? The 004 light of Taylor doesn't take the win. The 010 light of Pearson Deming does. He runs 57 with a 2, cutting him loose at the top end. And that was a tricky little thing to do as Taylor goes 659 with a 1 for the breakout after a beautiful 04 light. Pearson Deming moves on to round 2. Tom Drake Jr. bringing the dragster around alongside Justin Short, the door car. Let me at him. 553 for Justin, 485 for Drake's dragster. Dragster's in. Short's rolling up. There we go. Now we're in. Your car going to get a little bit of a head start. Not that much, actually. Only about 0.6 of a second. The dragster chasing hard, gets there. Drake goes off the line with an 0-1-4, then runs an 87 with a 6 on an 85. 53 with a 0 on a 53 dial-in for Dustin Short. He gave up 3 on the tree, and that was just a tad too much as Drake takes a teeny little 0-0-1-2 stripe at the other end. Justin Short dead on with a 0, and adding to the facts that we've seen, which is just amazing, the number of times somebody's run dead on and lost. The Professor, Tom Bear, driving the turn-of-the-century worthy car. 496 the dial-in for him alongside Joey Trotsky. Joey, the altered, 518 the dial-in. And it's an altered, not just a regular altered. Long wheelbase altered taking his time staging her up. Now they're in. Spectacular lights, 5 thou apart on this end. Wind light comes up, the Professor. Tom Bear runs 498 with a 0 on his 496. He started that out with an 015 light. Joey goes 17 with a 6 on an 18, so missing it by just 4 thou on the, and he started out with a great 010 light. Here's Jason Pad, the 09 Mullins machine, 446. Yep, that's one of the quicker passes, and he's right alongside one of the other quickest cars out on the grounds out here. That's Mark Barnhart, 453. Normally he's Jason. Hell, why not? Let's get going after the fast ones here. I notice there seems to be a lot of tough guy pair-ups in this first round. Mark Barnhart out there to 009. That's good for the win all the way through. Leaves first and kept it out there. 457 with a 6 on a 453. 451 on the 446. Not quite sure what happened to Jason's machine. Both guys excellent lights. Jason's was an 018, although it was bettered by Mark's 009. Here's Dustin Wirtz. 438. I think this one actually is the fastest car on the grounds, alongside Brian Kelly's 452. The 452 dial-in for the Norco, California driver alongside the Nampa, Idaho, the Wirtz machine. Again, a pair of excellent lights. Wind light comes up on Dustin Wirtz's side as he goes 005 on the tree, runs 40 with a 1 on a 38, taking a 1 thou stripe at the other end. Brian Kelly off the line with a nice 022, runs a 52 with a 5. Man, it's just one after another. Killer passes out here. Dave Mazier, yesterday we were talking to him. He says, man, this is a bloodbath. He goes, there was about 4 or 5 times. He goes, I thought I was dead till my wind light came on. That is how tough the racing is out there. Mark Miyashiro, the Flying Hawaiian, 493. Going to get the leave right out front of Mark Lalonde's 488. Tight down at the other end, but Mark Lalonde pulls it out. 489 with a 2 on an 88 after a nice 012 light. Putting together a 14 thou pack. Mark Miyashiro, 95 with 1 on a 93. Tried to cut him loose right there at the end, but wasn't any avail as Mark was on the good side there. And Mark Miyashiro, marks the marks. Mark Miyashiro is going to move on to the buyback round. Dylan Howe, 456 to dial in for that black dragster that you see over here in the ultra lane, alongside Mike Collins. Mike Collins out of Gilroy. And I'll tell you what, I bet you never has to deal with vampires. For those of you who don't know Gilroy, California, drive through there. You'll know what I'm talking about. They got lots of garlic. 469, the dial-in for Collins' machine. Red light start for Dylan. Mike Collins, nice 0-1 light, goes to 71 with a 2, run it out. Dylan wants to see the whole show. He goes 54 with a 6 on a 56. Starts it out with an 0-1 red. Mike Collins starts it out 0-1-8 red, excuse me. Mike Collins starts it out with an 0-1-3 on the green side. That puts on the win light. Kobe Fuller, all the way out from Savannah, Georgia. 467 to dial in on that machine alongside Trent Flores. Trent driving the Victory chassis car. 503 the dial in. Oh, baby. Red by 3 for Trent. Kobe goes 009 on there and runs it all the way out. Goes 64 with a 0 on a 67. Guess you got to know what you got to know. Trent Flores runs a 503 with a 4 on a 503. Of course you go red. You always go on. Kaylee McGibbon out of Bakersfield. 502 the dial-in for that red dragster. Alongside James Warden. Guess what? He also has a red dragster. But 554 for that machine. So a half-second head start going over Kaylee. Kaylee tips in the top light. Here comes James. Tree's on its way down. Kaylee takes off for the other end. Excellent lights both sides. Gets to the finish line. The answer is Kaylee. Kaylee 503 with a 0 on a 502 after an 018 light. Nice little package there. 28. 56 on a 54 for James Warden. Doesn't get there even though he had an 010 light. So he got 8 thou on the tree. Didn't do him any good at the other end of the track as Kaylee takes a, listen up, 002 stripe. Itsy bitsy, but just enough to put that win light on. Kevin making the trip down from Draper, Utah. 447 alongside Steven Hendricks. Hendricks over here in the altar lane, the orange and red car. That car down 472. Hangs it red on his way out the door. That's not going to work. Kevin goes really green, but goes 446 on a 447. So what you do is you put on a green light in that case, and that's enough to win. And Steve Hendricks runs it out 474 with a 7 on a 72 dial-in. So everybody missing it by a little bit. Hendricks' red light, 8 thousandths. Yikes. Eric Truby driving the bright green pleasure machine right out there from Bakersfield. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas. Greg Hicks, that's about as orange as it gets right there. That's orange. Fig Speed, the sponsor on that 18 Racecraft. 605. That's the size of that motor. That ought to be enough to make that thing get down the track. Good green lights both sides of the track. Winlight comes up on Greg's Hicks side as he goes 007 and then runs a 481 with a 4 on a 479. Eric Truby runs through there and goes 486 on a 485, but unfortunately his 03 light to the 007 of Greg Hicks, that wasn't going to get it done. Jonathan Flores, 461, the dial in for the black dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. There's a black dragster on the other side. This one carries a little fame with this gun. Marco Paravalis out there with Pinella Motorsports, Hoosier CRE, bringing Novato and the whole crowd with him. He's taking a bunch of money home with him, too. Marco came 1/1000th of a second from running himself in the final. Flores gets out. Marco gets out. Marco puts on a win light. 463 with 6 on a 461. Started that out with a 009 light. Jonathan Flores, a nice 032 light, but unfortunately, he runs a 64 on his 61 and a way over, giving basically a pretty easy little stripe to Marco down there. Mark Kidd, driving the Kidd Performance Machine. The dragster that you see here in the Ultra Lane alongside Austin Downing, a Tempe, Arizona guy, 632 cubic inches of big Mopar. So Austin Downing and Mark Kidd exactly a 100th of a second apart. Shouldn't be able to perceive that on the tree. So if you see somebody move before somebody else, chances are that somebody else is going to lose that round. Kidd goes wire to wire as he actually got out of there first, even though he gave up the head start. He goes 017 on the tree and runs a 466 with 5 on a 464, taking the win start to finish. Here's Sophie Cambra. Sophie bring out the dragster, 513, the dial in for Sophie. Alongside Dave Meyer. Dave, 471, the dial, is going to give a little bit of a head start over to the dragster. Uh-oh. Looks like they're looking under that car and shutting it off. I believe there's something dripping out of Sophie's machine there, and that's going to end her, it's going to end her race, if not her day. Okay, we'll send David down the track by himself here. On a competition bye, he runs down the track. Goes 471 with a 9 on his 471, so he was going to be pretty tough to beat as he goes 024 off the tree. Okay, quick little touch-up. This might be a second. Give me an opportunity again to welcome everybody to the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic 2023. Sunday, brought to you by Mazier Enterprises. Mazier right here, local company, almost. They're worldwide, and they're just down there in Escondido, California. I'd like to thank the Maziers for everything they've done for us. Longtime sponsor of the West Coast Classic, and again, Mazier Enterprises. And hey, guess what? Dave Mazier was out there putting on win lights last night and took out the $20,000 Super Pro win. So congratulations to the Maziers, and thanks to the Maziers. Also, while I got a couple seconds, it's kind of funny. We were talking about margin of victories, talking about dead-ons and losing. All right. The combination, which would probably almost and nobody knows would ever see one lose, but the combination of a perfect reaction time and a perfect right on the dial is, generally speaking, a guaranteed win. I can't think of it not to be a guaranteed win. But what's strange is if you break them apart, they actually had more losers than winners, as right on the dial lost 9 times yesterday. 9 times. Now, obviously, a lot of those were probably red lights, but 9 losers and right on the dial. Okay, Don Toros off the line with a beautiful 03 light. Bad news was Gage Cameron got off the line with a 005, then runs 504 with a 1 on a 502. Toros runs it all the way out to the other end, goes a 43 with 0 on a 44, breaking out by a Hunsky, and that was one too many. But he had a fight on his hands as they did get there first, but breaks out. Gage Cameron moves on to round 2. Dean Bush 474 dial in for his machine. He's going to get a head start over Tyler Merritt. Tyler driving the orange dragster with silver stripe, 467. Dean Bush is driving an orange dragster and it looks like it might have a silver stripe on it too. I'll tell you what, House of Color is getting rich off dragsters. Tyler puts on that last light, tree on its way down. Wire to wire, Dean Bush. He gets off the line first with a 006, runs a 75 with a 5 on a 74. Tyler was chasing the whole way, starting that out with an 04 light. That 048 turns into a 469 with a 4 down at the other end. Dean Bush, wire to wire. Race Kid. Last year, Race Kid came down here and got almost all the money. And he hasn't had, as Mike was saying earlier, that Race Kid kind of day. Well, let's see. It's Sunday. It's time to go. He's alongside Richard McFarland. Richard McFarland, the Pontiac Power Dragster. Yep. Count how many of those you can find. 576. For Richard. It's going to be a 1 second and change head start over the Kid Performance Machine. Everybody's in. Tree's on its way down. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Wind light comes up on Race Kid's side. 008 off the tree, runs a 69 with a 4 on a 64. As McFarland runs way off the number, he goes 583 on a 576. McFarland had a great 016 light, but unfortunately, car runs way off the number. Race Kid takes the win. Here's Dave Mazier. Speaking of Dave Mazier, alongside Dave Klobowski. Dave, 497, the dial in for his dragster. That's the multi-hued dragster that you see on the Michelob Ultra Lane. Dave Mazier's, his is pretty easy to tell. It's his car. It says Mazier on the side of it in really big letters. Dave Mazier's 473 dial-in is going to be a winner because Dave Klumbowski goes red. Dave runs a 73 with a 7 on a 73 for a 19th thou package. Not only did Dave Klumbowski go red, he also went a little too quick, a 93 with a 5 on a 97. So Mazier moves on to round 2. Dave Klumbowski moves over to the buyback round. Here's KJ. KJ driving that bright yellow LAT Oils sponsored machine alongside Chad Axford. Chad dialed in a 475. Going to give just a wink of an eye head start over to the bright yellow dragster of KJ's. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Chad out in front, but too far out in front as he breaks out. He runs a 74 with a 9 on a 75. KJ starts this out with a 006 light, runs 81 with a 1 to put together a 17th thou package. Chad Axford, he got offline with an 023 and no help as he breaks out down at the other end. KJ moves on. Here's Daryl Wirtz. 456 the dial. Normally, he's tracking him down. Not this time. Brian's dragster runs 4.42. That's his estimate. It has gone quicker. Brian Howell, the Junction City driver, bringing this thing out. 442. Man, does this thing fly. Oh boy, two best lights we've seen side by side. Anybody's guess. 006 beats the 002 light. Daryl runs through and goes a 56 with an 8 on a 56 for a 14th thou pack. Brian runs it out and goes a 45 with a 1, but unfortunately that wasted a beautiful 002 light. Hey, Cooper Chun, he's put on a few win lights. He's out there 5'10". Listen up, racers, especially you racers that are in the pits. There is an actual oil dump facility on the grounds. Do not ever put oil in the trash. Wow, spectacular lights both sides of the track. 008 light beats a 007 light. Cooper Chun, 512 with a 6. Started that out with a 008 light. David Pohl, 501 with a 1 on a 497, puts an 01 stripe over on Cooper Chun's side, and Cooper says, yep, thank you, I'll take that win. That was hard fought right there. Here's Steve Williams. He drives a pretty fast machine also, 440 for the Beaumont, California driver. Elliot Franco, that's the black and orange colored card that you see here on the Michelob Ultra side, 499. So he's going to get a little over a half-second head start. Going down the track, Steve Williams puts on the win light. He leaves the line with an 017 and goes 443 on his 440 dial. 501 with a 9 on the 99 for Elliott. Actually a little bit closer, but he gave up 3 on the tree, and that was a little too much right there. Steve Williams moves on to round 2, 443 with a 2 on a 440. Nice pass. Starts that out 017. Here's Larry Beckner. Larry out of Scottsdale, Arizona, 489 for his dragster. Jason Rosenbaum, the black and yellow car. Oh, baby. Jason goes red by 0.02 of a second. Of course, he's going to run. No, he actually runs a little quick. 467 with a 5 for Jason. Larry Beckner putting on the win light, even though he ran a tad under, but that red light was the difference. He goes 015 on the tree and then goes 488 with a 5 on his 89 dial. Tim O'More bringing the dragster around. 494 the dial in for him. Dylan Hedgewood over on the other side, the Tustin, California driver driving an 04 Miller car, the blue, white, and black machine. 535 the dial in for him. Tree's on its way down. Survey says spectacular lights both sides of the track. At the other end, somebody's got to win. Tim O'More starts out with an 010 light, then runs a 95 with an 8 to put on the win light. Takes a 2,000 stripe down at the other end as Dylan runs a 36 with a 7 on a 35. The 3,000s on the tree was the actual difference at the other end. Man, what incredible tight racing this is. Kyle Raposo, 465, the black dragster with the purple valve covers. He's out of Bakersfield. Neil Pesimone, out of Las Vegas, quarter pro shifters. It's an 06 Cressman, 565 cubic inches. Kyle ain't telling. Listen up. Pro buyback. Pro buyback. Pro buybacks doubled up. You go to lanes 1 and 2. Pro buybacks that's not doubled up. You come to lanes 5 and 6. Woo, baby, another one of these races. Look at this stuff. Kyle Raposo, 008 on the tree, runs a 66 with an 8 on a 65. That was the winning pass. The losing pass doesn't sound so terrible either. 015 light for Neil. He runs a 79 with an 8, breaking out by 2,000s. And that was the race. Wow. Gabe Torres, 459. 459 for the La Puente driver, alongside Kristen Craig. Kristen out of Henderson, Nevada. 545. Dialing on that machine. Going down to the other end down there, Tristan Craig, 45 with a 5 on a 45. Starts that out with an 024 light. That's the better combination there. Gabe Torres goes under. He goes a 458 with a 3 on a 459. Unfortunately, starts that out with an 05 tree, and that was the name of that game. Tristan Craig goes on to the next round. Here's Bailey Neighbor. Bailey, 459. is going to get a head start over Bobby Dye. Tell me you can see this in the tree. 458 for Bobby Dye. Bobby over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Going down the track, putting on the wind lights, Bobby Dye. Man, straight as an arrow. 0-1-1. Reaction time for Bobby goes up 59 with a 4 on a 58. 59 with a 2 on a 59. Bailey only 2 thousandths off the number, but unfortunately put an 039 light up on the board, giving 0-1 stripe over to Bobby Dye, and Bobby moves on to round 2. Joey Trotsky's bringing the altered back around, second entry, alongside Ryan Mangus. Ryan Mangus is dialed a 472. Joey Trotsky's going to get the lead first. His 518 dial, it says so. Man, looks like Ryan caught him already. No, check that out. Look at that. That thing's got some top end on it. Joey Trotsky's 144 miles an hour pulls him out of the fire. Check that out. That was an interesting race because Ryan was around him, and then he wasn't anymore. 518 with a 4 on a 518 for a 9 thou pack after that 005 light. Ryan 011 light. Nice, and then runs a 72 with a 0. Well, man, if all the numbers were that close, what happened at the other end? 2 thousandths of a second. Check that out. Man, that was a fun race to watch. It all happened in a split second, like in about 4 and change, but it was definitely a fun race to watch. Robert Neighbor. Robert, 459 to dial in on that dragster. Oh, guess what's on the other side? A front motor dragster. That's Austin Schoenfeld. Austin coming down from Magna, Utah. 482, the dial in for the front motor machine. It's tight down on this end. How about the other end? Winner, Robert Neighbor. Robert, 62 with an 8 on a 59. Starts out with a nice 011 light. Austin goes a 483 with 5 on a 482. But unfortunately, he gave up about 300s on a tree, and that was 3 too many. Here's Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights. Robert's 471 is going to get the head start over Mark Kidd. Not one, but 2 falls in Idaho. The Kidd Performance Machine. Double drip, he says. Well, I guess it just kind of depends on where they dammed it up at. Robert Butler wants this round and takes it as he goes 002 off the tree and then runs a 71 with a 2. That's a 4 thousandths pack for Robert Butler. 64 with a 3 on a 64 for Mark Kidd. 023 light. So what's normally a very respectable and winning round for Mark Kidd is unfortunately left in the dust as Robert Butler puts together a 4 thousandths package to get the job done. Wow. Well, you know, if you got a tough hombre in the other lane, you better toughen up or lose. And Robert said, I'll just toughen up. Wow, what a nice pass. Here's Kaylee McKibben back again. 503. No too worthy chassis car in the Michelob Ultra lane. And then Krista Sudham. Krista out of Bakersfield. I bet these folks know each other. Krista out with a little bit better light, forces Kaylee to break out. Kaylee goes 5:02 with a 7 on a 5:03. Krista goes 4:82 with a 2 on a 4:81. Started out with a great 0:17 light. Kaylee wasn't far behind, though, with an 0:38, but unfortunately there was enough to leave a little room down there at the other end. Tom Drake Jr. from Emmett, Idaho, driving the dragster dial 487. He's in three-way Chevrolet lane. 445. Man, do they just have a stack of these things? Dylan bringing up that scar. 445. The Junction City, Oregon guys. Man. Taking the time staging up. Oh, man, Dylan goes red. Tommy Drake goes green. Nice 0-1-1 light for Tommy. Gets to run it out. He goes an 86 with a 2 on his 87. Dylan runs his out, goes a 46 with a 9 on the 45, but hangs it red at the beginning, and that's all it takes. Wind light comes up on the other side. Quick little sweep up on track here. Just double check, make sure everything's ready to go, and then we're going to get right back to action. So one thing that does seem to happen a lot is when you start to get towards the back end of the deal, all these really tough guys that are double entered all end up running each other. Here's Gage Cameron, 504, the dial in for the black dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra side, alongside Colby Fuller. Colby 439. Colby making a trip all the way from Savannah, Georgia. Somebody might say, Colby, you know, there's a lot of drag strips between there and here. He goes, yeah, but there's only one Silver State West Coast Classic, and he came to enjoy it. .439 for Colby. He's going to give a little over a half-second head start to Gage's dragster. Gage is off. Man, Colby tried to get some of that head start back, and he hangs it red by 6 thou. Gage runs it out, goes 499 with a 6 on his 504 dial. And I know you're going to find this hard to believe, Mike, but Colby, after red lighting, does what? He runs dead on with a 3, of course. Here's Greg Hicks bringing that dragster back around again, his second, alongside Mark Barnhart. Barnhart's 458 is going to be chasing Greg Hicks's 479. Taking his time staging up. Greg Hicks. Man, you know, there is that auto start thing. He gets it in. Well, you know, if you take your time and do everything just right, Greg Hicks goes 0-0-1 on the tree and then runs a 78 with an 8 on a 79, so he breaks out by 2 thou. But in a double breakout situation, that works out okay for him. So in a manner of speaking, a 3 thou package for Greg Hicks. Mark Barnhart goes a 0-2-8 off the tree and then runs a 56 with a 6 on a 58, breaking out by 1 and change. Greg Hicks moves on to the next round. Mark Barnhart going to be digging. Here's Kevin Johnson, Draper, Utah driver, driving the back motor dragster with a wing and a couple cool stripes. alongside the bright yellow dragster. That's KJ Diaz driving that machine. 480, the dial in there. So he's going to get about a 0.4 of a second head start, or 3 and change, as the case may be. Red light. He wanted a little extra head start. He did. He took 8,000 extra head start, and he goes red. And, of course, he runs 480 with 1 on a 480. Then check this out. Kevin Johnson leaves the line at 0-1-4 on the green side, then runs a 46 with a 1 on a 46 for 15,000 package. And that man is definitely got that car dialed and ready to go. Watch out for Kevin today. Cooper Chun, he's quadruple entered. He's got to be. Every time you look up, this guy's putting on a win light. Mark Ladonde is going to try to stop that from happening again. 49 is his dial in. Cooper Chun, 510. I think he just painted it on the car. Better of the two lights goes to Cooper, as does the win light. 510 with an 8 on a 510 for Cooper after an 018 light. 89 with a 2 on an 89 for Mark. Mark gave it everything he had. Unfortunately, he got a little more than 2 over on this. Went 047, so gave away about a 25 on the stripe, and that was about all she wrote. 89 with a 2. Man, good news is you get to buy it back and come right back around again. Ha! There you go. I'm not quite sure how many people paid admission, but this would be what you pay admission for. Race Kid. And somewhere along the line, this kid's going to get up on it because he's been struggling a little bit, but it looks like he's getting her dialed in, so he might be tough. He's going to have to be this round. Marco Parabola is driving that dragster that he just about ran himself. Oh, man, he goes red. Marco goes 0-1-3 to the red side. Race getting it done exactly the way you'd want to. Goes 007 on the tree and then runs dead on with a 7. That is dialed in kid right there. Matter of fact, he's pretty racy. Race Kid goes 64 with a 7 on a 64. That is a serious round right there. Marco, realizing he hangs it red, sees what it's got, and it goes 58 with a 7 on a 60. Here's Jason Rosenbaum. Jason Rosenbaum driving the yellow and black dragster, dialed 468. Dean Bush, three-way Chevrolet lane, dialed 474. Everybody's green. Better of the two lights goes over to Dean Bush, but the win light goes over to Jason Rosenbaum. Jason goes 467 with a 1 on a 468, breaking out by 9 thousandths. And unfortunately for Dean Bush, he breaks out by about 11 thousandths, and that's the difference in the race. Dean Bush did go 0-1-4 off the tree. Jason Rosenbaum's 0-3-6, but he was able to defend himself down at the other end with a brake pedal. And that worked out for him. Dean Bush goes to the buyback round. Next pair coming your way, Dustin Wirtz. Another one of the super fast cars that's out here today. 437. Wow. Alongside Dave Meyer. David's 471. Man, when you're that fast and you find yourself getting chased down. Wirtz goes red. Dave Meyer goes green. And that's the difference in the round right there. 0-4 off the tree, but he'll take it. 471 with a 7. Might have missed the tree a little bit, and it might have worked out for his advantage. 438 on a 437 for Dustin Wirtz, but unfortunately he's 007 on the red side, and that's the end of that round. He'll come back around. We'll see him in a little bit. Here's Dave Mazier out of Escondido. Dave, 474, his dial in the Mazier Enterprises lawn dart alongside Kyle Raposo. Kyle out of Bakersfield. So what do you do when you're racing the event sponsor? Man, you got to bear down because this guy can race. Dave Mazier was winning races a long, long time ago. Matter of fact, he probably really wouldn't even want to say what first year he won a national event. Kyle Raposo rocked in the lights, and I think that might have cost him a little bit. No, it didn't. Check this out. A 052 light beats the 008 light of Dave Mazier. 66 with a 6 on a 66. How many sixes can you roll? And a 473 on a 473 with a 3 on a 474. Dave Mazier breaks out by 7,000ths of a second. Wow. Harold Wirtz alongside Chad Axford, 466 to dial in on his machine. He gets to go first. Everybody's green. And Chad takes the win light, 466 with a 1 on a 466. He had an 0-2 better light, and I'm actually not going to say what they are. 452 with a 0 on a 454 for Daryl. Gets there first by 1,000. But breaks out doing it. Chad moves on. Here's Steve Williams, 4.40 for that Foggett dragster over there on the other side. Dylan Hedgewood, Dylan 535, the dial in for the Tustin, California driver. Out with a great 0-2 light, but breaking out, and Steve Williams gave up 6 on the tree, but goes a 40 with a 0 on a 40 and puts on the win light. Double 0-2 and lose. Oh, man. Don't give that man his time slip. Hey, and while I got a moment, I'd like to introduce you to Mike English.
Thanks, Jay. I just got here. I kind of overslept Wednesday night. You know, a lot of people were thankful for that. Oh, man. So getting near the tail end of Super Pro Dragster round number 1. Pro ET buybacks should be in the lanes. Pro ET buybacks should be in the lanes. Gabe Torres, Tyler Myra, this pair. Tyler will be right side. 3 Michelob Ultralate at 4, 6, 7. Gabe Torres. Gabe 458 in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Itty bitty little head start going Tyler right side orange car. Gabe chasing. By the way, if you lost your reindeer, I have it at the tower. I don't write those, I just read them, okay? And that's what I'm doing, what I'm told. If you lost your reindeer, it's up here in the tower. I have never in my entire life thought of you as a reindeer, okay, Jay? But this one, like you, is stuffed. Green light starts here. Watch this baby down there. Gabe left, Tyler right at that finish line. Gabe Torres. 031 to 2 over 60 with a 4 for the win. Tyler 43 and out by 3 stinking thousandths of a second. Dave Schaefer, 671, Mustang. Pair in the water box is going to be fun to watch after Dave Schaefer takes his single run. How about double 0-2 green? Runs it down through there. 672.4 on that 71 dial. Pro ET buybacks. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 5 and 6. John Victorino, Larry Warren. 55 Chevrolet in a shopping cart. Victo in the shopping cart. 714 getting the head start. Larry Warren, the 55 Chevrolet, 657. Green light starts again. John Victorino in the shopping cart out in front. Here comes Larry Warren down there top end. Victo, 005. John Victorino, 18 with a 5 on that 14 dial for the win. Larry missing the tree is 80 on the tree, 2 over 59 with a 3 and doesn't get there. Chris Johnson, Richard Leo, Cletus in the Ranchero, 717 getting the head start over Chris Johnson, the Duster, 592. Green light starts. Cletus in the Ranchero out front. That Duster coming on. How about 026.94 with a 5 on that 92 dial for the win. Richard 57 on the tree. Also 2 over 19 with the data on that 17 dial. The bow out. Paige Smith. Amber Rutherford. Ladies. Amber 596 in the Mustang. Paige Smith 608 in the Chevelle. All right, attention to the pits. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Super Pro door car buybacks. Doubles 1 and 2, singles 3 and 4. Super Pro door car buybacks. Doubles 1 and 2, singles 3 and 4. They're set now. Page is in, Amber's in. Green light starts here. Wheels up, launch. Great matchup here, ladies. Down there, top end, Paige Smith. 6092 on that 08 dialing, 044 for the win. Amber goes out by 3 thou. Was better in reaction time with a 31, but breaking out. And Paige moving on. Kim Nielsen, Pedro Valadez. Pedro, Firebird, 7 flat. Kim Nielsen, the Porsche, 623. Red light start, Kim Nielsen. Pedro moving on back into round number 2. 7010 on that 7 flat dial. 031 on the tree. Randy Snyder, Vegas, 658. Ron Noyes, the Camaro at 593. Couple of orange cars. The choice of color in this pair. And Ron Noyes Camaro again goes nowhere. Had problems first round, bought back again. Randy Snyder, 58 on the tree, 663.6 on that 58 dialing. Ron Noyes car got up there. So Ron Noyes gets it going and gets on down through there. Unfortunately, Mark Beaven, Jeff LaSalle. Wow. The B-Mobile in from Arizona, 670. Jeff LaSalle, NorCal, the RT, 651 far side three-way Chevrolet lane. Camaro clears track way down there, and Kevin says, hey, you can fire him up now. So Jeff LaSalle, Mark Beaven, the Mopars. Head start, the B-Mobile is 670. That red Dodge RT for the prime-time player out of Northern Cal, Jeff LaSalle at 651. Clean green this pair. 8,000 difference in reaction time at that finish line. Jeff LaSalle by 8 thousandths of a second. LaSalle's 31 on the tree, 54 with the 3 on the 51 down for the win. Mark Beaven was right there, 39 on the tree, 73 with a 3 on that 70 dial, and by 8 thou, Jeff LaSalle moves on. Mike Cortez, DeAndre Fitzgerald. 652, DeAndre in the Postmobile. Nova, 648, Michael Cortez in the Dart. True start is on. Automatic win goes to DeAndre Fitzgerald. He was 001 red. Michael Cortez was 013 red. DeAndre, 6527 on that 52 dial. Get the winners, Rick Fenley, Mike Agnew. Agnew, big time winner Friday. 605 with the King's Ransom Chevelle. 646, Rick Fenley, the cool car. I just turned on the cool-o-meter when Rick Fenley pulled up and it pegged when he saw that car. So sensors, you know. Head start to the Queen Mary. Red light start, Rick Fenley. Michael Agnew, 034. Mike Agnew, dead on 3. Mike Agnew moving on to round number 2. Jeff Dye, Henry Robertson. Henry, 694 in the Mustang, the Stickers Mustang. Jeff Dye, the Nova 670. Jeff Dye, three-way Chevrolet lane. Henry was having one of those Henry Robertson Saturday. Went to the semifinal round yesterday. Unfortunately, bowed out round number 1. Would like to redeem himself in the buyback round here. Red light start, Jeff Dye. Henry Robertson, 10 on the tree, and Henry runs down through there. Dead on 3, Henry Robertson. Jeff Taylor, Sasha Hofer in the buyback round. Wow. Sasha, 730. Jeff Taylor, the Dakota pickup truck, 578. Red light start, Jeff Taylor by 3 thou. Sasha right on down through there, 732-0 on that 30 dial and 045 for the win. Jonathan Knoll, Jay Griner. 675, Jay Griner, the Ventura. 7 flat, Jonathan Knoll, the Stick Shift Challenger. Head start to that Challenger. Jonathan Jay Griner doing the chasing. Jonathan rowing that 4-speed down there and does not get there. 84 on the tree is Jay Griner. 76 with a 1 on that 75 for the win. Jonathan, a little better reaction time at 73 and at 04 with the 7 on that 7 flat island, and the Challenger's gone. Ron Nichols, Josh DeSouza, a couple of power players in the buyback round. The Hammer in the Oldsmobile. 702. Got the head start with the junior comp dragster. Josh at 690. Hammers in, waiting on Josh in that dragster. Bring that RPM as soon as he lights that second light. They're set. Red light start. Josh Souza by 8 thousandths of a second. Hammer dialed 702. He'll show off 7024 for Ron Dickel 063 green. Kelly Finley. That's the Toyota pickup truck, and Jeff Ball the altered. Jeff Ball 591. Chasing the pickup truck. The hay hauler at 662. Clean green despair. The altered coming on of Jeff Ball down there top end. Kelly, dead 0-035. Takes out Jeff Ball's 071, 92 with a 3 on that 91 dial. Randy Stanley, Brian Bassert. Brian, the Copo Camaro, 530. Randy Stanley, 687. The Gary's Automotive Nova. Ooh, look at that Camaro carry them front wheels out there. Here comes Brian Randy tapping that brake. Randy, 0236900 on $87 for the win. Brian, 77 on the tree and 7 over 537 on that 530 dialing. Trying to get there, but Randy Stanley coming back. Michael Dye, Abigail Rogers. Abigail Farside, the M&M Fuels, Dragster, 656. Chasing Michael Dyes. Capri, 672. Red light start, Michael Dye. Abigail Rogers moving on. Dial 656 6593 101 027, the automatic W. Ed Niquette. Sunday, Tim Arnswald. Sunday, Tim, 731 in the Camaro. Ed out of Lake Havasu, 537. The Cavalier with the 2.2 big block. Green light starts a pair. Cavaliers starting to make that move. Camaro going to get there first. Yes, he does. Dead on for 060 for the win for Sunday Tim. Ed Niquette was much better reaction time at 012. Got down there, took a 500 stripe, and broke out by 4 thou. Rob Strong, Shelby Ray Schoenfeld. Shelby Ray, Nova, 673. Chasing the horsepower garage Firebird of Rob Strong at 687 out of that racing town. Green light starts. Rob left, Shelby Ray right. Down there at that finish line, Shelby Ray 005 out by 11 thou for the win. Rob Strong out by 300, 029. And Shelby Ray moving on is Cal Gordon, Scott Taylor. Javelle for Scott, 660. Cal Gordon, 615 in the Muddy Pit Mustang. Green light start. Scott Taylor, the Chevelle out front. Here comes Zach Al Gordon in the money pit. Down there, top end. Wow. Scott Taylor, 066, dead 7 for the win. Cal Gordon was better at 028, but then a 10 over 25 with a 1 for the loss. Tana Taylor, Larry Warren. Larry, the 55 Chevrolet, 659. Tana, the LS-powered Mustang, 648. Once again, Super Pro door car buybacks. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2, single entries, lanes 3 and 4. Itty-bitty little head start going to that 55 Chevrolet. Tana out of Idaho doing the chasing. Tana is 024 RED. Larry Warren, 63. Larry Warren, dead on 0. Jay, tell me if you haven't heard this before. Tana's red, dead 3. Chris Johnson, Paige Smith. 608 Page of the Mountain View Performance Chevelle. 593 Chris Johnson, the Duster. Green light starts here. Head start goes to Page. Not by much. Here comes that Duster down there. It's Chris Johnson. 009, dead 5. It just eliminated Page when she went 026. She ran an 11 with an 8 on that 08, but that 14th package for Chris Johnson just eliminated her. Jody George, the buy run. The Olds Cutlass for the salesman down at Three-Way Chevrolet. So Jody on that 701 dial. Jody is 009 red. On the single run, 704.4, 96 miles an hour. Oh, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 5 and 6. Super Pro buybacks door cars. By the way, Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Ricky Duschel, Corvette at 552. Chasing Tony Marconi, 585. Tony, the drop top arrow. Rolling up. Now we're set. Here we go. Go to round number 2. Red light start. Ricky Duschel, 004 RED. Tony's 008. 1 over 86 with a 1 on that 85 dial. Stunning. Ricky Duschel goes red and dead 1. Tim Wirtz, Greg Vining. Tim Wirtz, Corvette. 513 for the Corvette. Greg Vining, 581 the Nova. Little something on the track there. Rick, don't do that. That tired me out watching you. Head start to that Nova. By the way, Super Pro Dragster buybacks, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Greg Vining, Tim Wirtz. Red light start Greg Vining by 7 thou. Tim Wirtz, 5-12-7, 0-14 for the win. Greg Vining out by 2 thou, 007 RED. Jeff Jones, Larry Pittner. Larry Williams, Arizona. What a great down. 6-12 Larry. 6 flat. Jeff Jones in the Nova. So a little bit of check of the track there shan't be too long here. Tana Taylor, I will need you in the tower before round 2 of Pro ET, and I think you know why. Hey, by the way, quick reminder while it's quiet, at 1 p.m. we'll have RV services here to pump your tank. Did I say that right? Pump you up. If you want your tank pumped, it is $100 for your dirty water, $50 for your, $100 for your septic, $50 for your gray water, or if you want a boat on $130. So 1 p.m., RV Services will hear their the pumping service again. $100 for the septic, $50 for the gray water, or $130 for both. What a bargain. Well, we're good to go. So Larry and Jeff. 6 flat, Jeff Jones in the Nova. 612, Larry Williams, Larry Pinger, in from Williams, Arizona, the Camaro. Red light start, Larry Pinder, Jeff Jones, perfect in reaction time, 597.2 on that 6 flat dial. AJ Cameron, Byron McCullough, 653 Byron, 656 AJ. Byron McCullough, 001 red. AJ 011 green. AJ 658.6 on that 56 dial-in automatic W. Anthony Matazza, Scott Taylor. 659 Scott the Chevelle. 568 Anthony, the 34 Chevrolet Roadster. Red light starts, got Taylor by 2 thou. Roadsters moving on. 5680 Anthony on that 568 dial. Scott Taylor 002 red and 661.6 bowing out on that 59 dial. Vince Campa, Andrew Olson. Camaro at 579. Vince Campa, the Maximum Horsepower Technologies Roadster, 503. Head start that Camaro. Here comes that Roadster doing the chasing. Andrew had a good Saturday here. Drops that that Camaro 581.7 on that 79 dial for the win. 033. Vince missed the tree with one of those reaction times. Starts with a 1 and goes in 05 with a 6 on the 03 dial. It could not get there. Bill Botello, Ryan Mangus. Ryan the Camaro, 612. Bill Botello, 495. Seas Candy Grand Am. Down there, top end, Ryan Mangus, 027-14 with the 2 on that 12 dial-in for the win. Bill Botello gave it a shot and is a 4 or 499 with a 2. The 495 dial-in was 70 on the tree, and that makes it tough to work. Brad Pierce, Justin Short in this pair. Brad, 631 Corvette. Justin Short, the Chevelle 563. Brad, of course, had a pretty good Saturday. Picking up that $10,000 paycheck. Justin Short, 553. Brad Pierce, 631. Justin won some rounds in the Door Car Clash. Brad Pierce won a lot of rounds, picked up the win for $10,000. Green light starts this pair. Whoa, Justin started to make a move down there. Top end, Justin, 025, dead 9 for the win. Brad was 59, dead 5 for the loss. Petey Booth, Pearson Demings, this pair. Pearson, the Kid Performance Nova at 654, getting the head start over Petey Booth. The Porsche at 566. Great matchup here down there. Pearson Deming 014. 1 over 55 with a 1 on 54 now for the win. Petey was 33 and then goes to 2 over 68 with 2. That's 66 dial. Robin Crowton, Andrew Manning. The GTX for Robin. 516 chasing the Hayabusa. 557 for the Jeff Jones Racing motorcycle and Andrew Manning. There we go. Now let's get some second lights on. There it's set. Green light starts. Andrew out there. The GTX coming on. Top end, Andrew Manning. 10 on the tree, 58 with a 5 on that 57 dial for the win, Andrew Manning. Robin, 53 on the tree. It's 2 over 18 with a 7 on that 16. In the Andrew Manning bike. Moving on, PJ Giacalone, Scott Taylor. Scott getting his money's worth out of Montana, that Chevelle, 660. PJ, 55, Chevrolet, 576. Clean and green in this pair. 55, got enough? Yep. 019 on the tree. 81 on that 76 dial for the win. Scott Taylor, 5 over 65 with a 0. 039 for the loss. Super Pro Dragster, buyback round. Don Torres, 544. Dylan Howe, 455. So Dylan Howe right side, Don Torres for Bro Gears Dairy, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Here comes Dylan down there after that front motor dragster. How about that Don Torres? 014, 46 with a 7 on that 44 dial for the win. Dylan missed the tree at 31, and it's 2 over also 57 with a 1 on that 55. But the front motor dragster, Don Torres moving on. Tyler Meyer, Colby Fuller. 440, Colby Fuller in the Puckett dragster three-way Chevrolet lane. Michelob Ultra lane. In from Utah, Tyler Meyer. 465. Down there, top end, Colby Fuller, 023. 43 minute on the 40 dial for the win. Tyler, 41 on the tree, 69 with a 0. On that 65 is Dave Kombowski, Daryl Wirtz. 453, Daryl Wirtz. Three-way Chevrolet lane. Dave Kombowski. I make horsepower, 490. Red light start, Dave Kombowski, 009, RED. Daryl Wirtz, 453-2 on that 53 dialing, 033 for the win. Dave Kombowski, 009, RED. Mark Lalonde, 489 for the Arizona Rudder, three-way Chevrolet lane. Now the tree comes down clean green. Mark over there far side. KJ over here right side. Top end Mark Little on 001 4923 for the win on that 89 dial. KJ wasn't bad. He was 21, but then breaks out by 2 thou. Sophie Cambra, Marco Paravalaris. The Cambra Speed Shop dragster for Sophie at 5'11. Michelob Ultra Lane. And Marco, the three-way Chevrolet lane for the prime time player out of Northern Cal, 459 Marco. Marco's in, waiting on Sophie. Ever so careful to light that second light. Gets in there in time. Clean green in this pair. Down there, top end, that wind light says Marco, 009, 61 with the 3 on that 59 dial. Sophie goes 5060 on that 511 dialing. Get there first, but break it out by 5. 068 on the tree is Sophie. Joey Trotsky, David Pull. Joey 519, the long wheelbase altar. David Pull for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. 497, David. Head start to the altered. Green light starts here. Joey with the head start in the altered. Wind light Joey Trotsky. 042 on the tree. 520 with a 6 on that 19 dial for the win. David Pull, 5 flat on that 497 and missed the tree, unfortunately, is Elliot Franco and Dean Bush. Dean Bush, Vegas, 3-way Chevrolet lane, 476. Chasing Elliot Franco. 501 Elliot. Red light start, Dean Bush. Elliot Franco, 5028 on that 501 dial. 038 for the automatic win. Mark Mayashiro, Nick Presimone. Nick in from Las Vegas for Quarter Pro Shifters. And Mark Mayashiro, the Hawaiian. 480, Neil. 480 for Neil out of Las Vegas. 494, Mark Torrance. Toon Attack Racing Dragster, Quarter Pro Shifters team car for Neil. Attention to pits, attention to pits. First call, Pro ET round 2 to the lays, please. First call, Pro ET round 2 to the lays, please. Tana Taylor, need you at second level of the timing tower, please. Tana Taylor to the tower, please. Head start to the Hawaiian. They are clean. They are green. And this baby's going to be good down there. Wop, wop. Mark Mayashiro, 014, 2 over 96 with a 0. Neil, 012, 4 over 84 with a 9. The Hawaiian moving on. Brian Kelly, Mark Kidd. Mark right side to Dragstream from Twin Falls, Idaho. And Kidd performance 464. And Brian Kelly, one of the Team Warden cars. Pro ET round 2 to the lays, please. Pro ET round 2 to the lays, please. Tana Taylor to the tower, please. Double O 05, left second. 001, dead 8, Mark Kidd. 005, 1 over with an 8, Brian Kelly. Mark Kidd puts up a 9 foul package and lights up the scoreboard. Jason Pad, King Richard McFarland. Richard, the Brenz Brothers race cars. Pontiac Power Dragster 585. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Jason Pad, Alberta Canton 453 for the Automatics Team Machine. Green light starts again. Here we go. Watch that baby down there at that finish line. Wow. Jason, 009, 58 with a 6 on that 53, dialing for the win. King Richard, 026 and a 4 over 89 with a 0 and is headed to the trailer is Jonathan Flores, Eric Truby, 486 Truby, the Gieslich ride, 463 John and the M&M Fuels ride. That Dreamweaver Racing team car for John and Brother Trent's right behind him. Down there at that finish line, John Flores, 030-65 with 5 on that 63 dial for the win. Eric Truby, 44-89 with a 4 on that 87 dial. And John Flores moving in the next round. His brother Trent Flores comes up, 503 Trent Flores. Austin Schoenfeld in from Utah, 484 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Pro ET, round 2 to the lays, please. Pro ET, round 2 to the lays, please. Green light starts here. Trent tried to hold up the Flores family honor. Wow. 015 Trent Flores out by 9 thou. Austin Schoenfeld in the front motored car. 033 1 over 85 with a 2 for the win. Bailey neighbor Mark Barnhart. Miss Bailey, the third generation drag racer out of that Racing Neighbor family for above all pool tile cleaning. And Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico. 457 Mark Barnhart. 459 Bailey Neighbor. Clean green. Watch this baby top end. Bailey Neighbor dead on 8. 023 for the win. Mark gave it a shot at 34, and it was 1 over 58 with a 5. Now 57. Bailey, round 2, Super Pro Dragster. Bailey McGibbon. Chad Axford. Chad, 466 far side, now living in Kentucky. Kaylee McGibbon, 504 for the White Lane Automotive Dragster right here in Bakersfield. Down there, top end, watch this baby. Holy cow. Chad Axford, 005, dead 2 for the win. With 7,000th package. Bailey McGibbon was perfect in reaction time. Dead 9 and got nothing to show for it. By 2,000ths of a second, Chad moving on. Wow, a 7,000 package takes out a 9,000 package. Come and get you some of that. Steve Hendricks, James Warden, 458 left side James, 475 Steve Hendricks, another one of the White Lane Automotive team cars. Just saw his teammate Kaylee go 9,000 package, and thanks for coming. Top end, James Warden, 002, 4611, 58 dial for the win. Steve Hendricks, 019, 3 over 78 with a 1. The White Lane Automotive cars are headed to the trailers. Dave Mazier on Mazier Enterprises Sunday for $10,000 in Super Pro. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. 474 Dave Mazier in the house car. 534 Dylan Hedwood for Highline Auto Care. Head start Dylan. Big winner yesterday. Trying to take him out. Dave Mazier coming on down there. Dave Mazier by 0.008 of a second. Davies, 17 on the tree, dead 8. Dylan, 004, 2 over with 36 with a 9. And headed to the trailers, Gabe Torres, Jason Rosenbaum. Gabe, 460. Far side, Jason for the Townsend, Stillhouse and Grill, 469, Jason. Well, how about 007, Jason Rosenbaum, dead 7 for the win. Gabe Torres, 008, dead 7 for the loss. 12 10,000ths of a second to the win to Jason Rosenbaum. Wow. Dylan Howe, Ryan Megas. Ryan, 473 far side. Dylan Howe, 449. The Cascade Trailers team car. 2 guys that you'd go, wow, they're in the buyback round? Yep. Hey, you're at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. They're all tough. Dave Mazier, the tower, please. Dave Mazier, need you the tower, please. Clean green this pair. Dylan got enough down there. Dead 1009. 10,000 package. Ryan is 28, and thanks for coming. 1 over 74 with a 0. Brian Howe, that's Dad, and Tyler Byram. Tyler in from Utah, 469, getting a head start over the boss at Howe Racing and Cascade Trailers. Mindy's assistant manager, 445. So head start Tyler. Brian doing the chasing to go to round 2 Super Pro Dragster. Pro ET round 2 in the lanes. Pro ET round 2 should be in the lanes. Green light starts this time. Tyler and Brian down there, top end. Brian Howe. Dead 8:055 for the win. Tyler was better in reaction time at 35, broke out by 2 stinking thousandths of a second. Pro ET round 2 will be out next. Dave Mazier, need you in the tower, please. Dave Mazier, need you in the tower, please. So Pro ET round 2 of the lays, please. Pro ET round 2 of the lays, please. On Mazier, $5,000 Sunday in the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Well, before we go into Pro ET round 2, the Kingpin at the West Coast Classic bracket races, Chris Forsythe wants to say something.
All right, afternoon, everybody. We're through the buyback round. It's time to get down, 2 down, 1 back. Wrap this event up for the weekend here at Famoso Drag Strip. Just wanted to take a quick moment to once again thank each and every one of you that came through the gate to trust in this product and believe in this event, as quite a few have done for us over the last 9 years. And I know is this on?
No, it's on.
Okay, I was just so pleasantly interrupted by Mike. But again, I want to genuinely thank each and every one of you for the consistent support over the last 9 years. It's been really neat this weekend, once again, see a lot of new faces, a lot of new people to bracket racing, and they're smiling. So that to me says there's no reason why we shouldn't keep going. So I hope in the very near future, and potentially by the first of this coming month, we will have the dates announced for both the Southwest Showdown in Tucson, as well as the return of the West Coast Classic here to Famoso Drag Strip. Want to thank everybody here at the racetrack, Blake Bowser, Mark Dawson, Cleet, Jim, Jeff, the crews here. This trek has been flawless for us over the course of about 20-degree swing, if not more. Daytime, nighttime, morning, afternoon. If it's not obvious enough, these guys really work their asses off to give you the product that you have to bring these race cars that you work so hardly on and pump all this money into to come out here and get some decent feedback. And the only way to do that is have time slips. And these guys know how to give you a track to make those repeat. So I want to thank them. One quick point that I touched on Thursday, and I want to reiterate. I was here on Monday. They had one of their larger events of the year last weekend. And when I drove in here Monday and I went to bed here Monday night, the amount of work these guys do to keep this place in flawless and clean shape for you to give us this weekend is beyond thankful, and I'm beyond appreciative for it. So I'm going to remind all of you once again, I know this goes unsaid, but if you could please, before you pull out of here this afternoon or this evening, make sure you pick up after yourselves. Let's make their life a little bit easier come Monday morning, because they got plenty of other things to worry about, and picking up after us shouldn't be one of them. So thanks to them. I want to thank all my sponsors and the people that help bring these events here. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier in the weekend, Shane Thompson was unable to be with us, but I hope he's listening in, which I'd assume he was. He'll probably say, am I late, like he does to all my live feeds. But Silver State Commercial Refrigeration, Kid Performance, Hughes Performance, K&N, and in a second I'll be able to introduce you to one of the very important members of Mazier Enterprises, who happens to also be our $20,000 K&N winner from yesterday in Super Pro. But without these partners who have been by my side again, and you guys have seen these brands on our events for the last 9 years, they have been with us from day one. And aside from you guys, they are the ones that help drive the force for me to get in here and get the resources I need to give you the product that we're trying to promote and we're trying to push forward with sportsman racing and more specifically 8th Mile Big Buck Bracket Racing on the West Coast. So to all my staff, my family, I'm not the easiest person to work with. Racers get a much better side of me than my family does as of this week. But thank you. And just want to know genuinely from the bottom of my heart that I can't thank each and every you enough for trusting in us for this weekend. So at the moment, I'm going to introduce our Sunday presenting sponsor representative, Dave Mazier.
Hey, good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you guys who came out here to support this race. I can't say enough about Chris and his crew, the track staff, just what a great event that they've provided us with. I hope you continue to support them in the future. My name is Dave Mazier. I'm one of the partners at Mazier Enterprises with my two brothers, Mike and Don. And we'd like to just wish all of you guys a very good racing today and good luck. I'll be waiting in the winner's circle to congratulate whoever wins our money today. So appreciate you coming out. For all of you who are customers or using our products, we sincerely appreciate your business. And if you're not one of our customers but would like to be, make sure you come by and see me for any technical help or any advice. We're always available, our technical line at the shop. You can talk to Jerry, our sales tech, or ask for me personally. Again, I'd like to thank all of you for showing up today, and good luck at the races.
Thank you very much, Dave Mazier. If you would now please stand and remove your hats for our invocation from Racers Christ Chaplain Matt Miller. Matt?
Thanks so much, Mike. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for taking care of us these last 4 days, and I pray, Lord, that you would just keep your hand of protection through the rest of this day, Lord. Keep our racers safe as they go down that track. Give them skill and wisdom. Bless us with some more great rounds of racing. Bless all of our track personnel that watches over them, Lord, and we ask, Lord, that they wouldn't have anything to do but watch those cars go by just like us. And we would just give you all the praise for a great day of racing. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Matt Miller. Appreciate that very much. Before we go into round number 2 of Pro ET on Mizzier Enterprises $5,000 Sunday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Tana Taylor going to rock the national anthem one more time.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. Thank you, Tana Taylor. We're a great rendition of the national anthem, Pro ET, on $5,000 Mizzier Enterprises Sunday is coming out, and Jay Kasem, round number 2, is going to take you through Pro ET.
All right, Mike. Here we go. We're bringing in the first pair. Okay, it gets serious now. Just like the Thunderdome, 2 enter, 1 comes back. All righty, a couple last second things we're getting ready to do here before we pull out the first pair. It looks like we are got everybody suited up. All righty. Looks like everything's a go. Track's looking good. Weather's nice. People are fun. This is luxury drag racing up here, man. Air conditioned, just gorgeous. Got a view on the best drag racing anywhere. Just one after another. Tough racers come around the corner. And you just sit there and Mike and I go, look at the pair in the water box. Look at the pair in the water box. Yep. And then the next pair comes up and they're just as tough. It's just absolutely a load of fun. Thank everybody for coming out. Here we go as we kick it off. This is really where it starts it out, guys. You could say everything was practiced right up until now. 2 men enter, or 2 persons. 2 ladies. We've matched up a couple of ladies so far today. So 2 enter, 1 comes back. Let's of course you double entered. Then you enter twice. All right, here we go. Pedro Valadez driving that 91. Yeah, 2001. Come on, man. We're going to get you up here a couple centuries. 2001 Firebird. Firebird Formula. 702 is Kyle. He gets to leave first. Greg Dreher driving the Camaro is going to chase right after him. Pedro out in front looking over his shoulder. Here comes Greg. Nose dips on Greg's. He goes, cut him loose, but it wasn't any good because Pedro starts that out 0-0-3 off the line. He actually gets to roll out of it a little bit, goes 706 on a 702. So he's good by 4 with a 2. And Greg, unfortunately for him, he comes up .059 on the tree and then breaks out by a tad, getting down to the other end there. And Pedro making it look easy. And trust me, anything but easy is Greg Dreher. Brian Cam went a bunch of rounds in the door car shootout or scuffle. Well, man, I'm telling you what, it was brutal too. It was more of a fist fight than it was a clash. Wow. Brian Cam went a bunch of rounds yesterday. 795 is his dial. He'll take the head start over Monty's Ford Coupe. The Highboy Coupe dialed 579. Off he goes. He's chasing after Brian Cam. Better of the 2 lights goes over to the Ford, but the wind light goes over to Brian Cam. Cam 795. He started that out with an 042 light and goes 795 with a 9. The Coupe runs an 83 with a 6 on a 79. At the other end is a 100 stripe. Brian Cam moves on to round 3. DJ driving that really slick-looking 66 Nova wagon. 641 is his dial in. Joel Hudson is actually going to take a smidge of a head start in the Monte Carlo, but goes red trying to take a bigger smidge. And red by 5,000. DJ, no light to brag about, .9, but runs a 43 with a 6 on a 41, but the only thing he needed to do was hang a green light to win that round, and that's exactly what he did. Jody George out of Bakersfield. It's a 1990 Cutlass. Small block for power, 305 cubic inches of some super stock cars. They could have anything in it. 1971 Nova motor or something. Who knows? But either way, he's 704 is the dial. He's alongside one of the toughest hombres on the West Coast for a long, long time. Dennis Paz. Dennis out of Stockton, the 65 El Camino. Been his weapon of choice for about the last 10, 12, 15 years. He's done really well with his car. 675's dial-in. Off they both go. Jody George goes red by 01. Dennis Paz 009 to the green side, then runs a 76 with a 5 on a 75. So Jody had his hands full from the beginning if he was going to win that round. Dennis, like I said, one of the tough guys. Here we go. Zach Ealing driving the Corvette. I had one of those things a while ago, and I said, man, I should have turned that into a race car. Well, Zach did what I should have done. 641, the dial-in on Zach's machine, alongside Sasha Hofer. Sasha, the 91 Firebird. 733, the dial-in. Sasha's 733 dial going to get to leave first out in front of Zach. Staging up, trees on its way down. Sasha takes off with a red light. Zach goes green, runs a 41 with a 0 on a 41. Started out with an 054 green light. Sasha runs dead on, of course. Why not? You got red lit. You always do. 733 with a 1 on a 733. The powder blue Chevy 2. Coleman Boyst. Plus, he's got a lot of lucky numbers. 7777, 77777 out of Joshua Tree. I've been corrected. We have a misspell up here. It's Colin Boyst. Colin driving the Chevy 2, 678, the dial-in, gets to go first in front of Randy Snyder. Randy driving the 73 Vega. Boy, everybody goes red, but the lesser offender happens to be Colin, and Colin moves on. He goes to 78 with a 4 on a 78. A little under the number goes Randy Snyder. Randy Snyder, 57 with an 8 on a 60. But the problem is that 013 red compared to the 003 red, and Colin moves on to the next round. Shelby Williams, driving a white first-generation Camaro. 622 number. He's going to chase Larry Warren. Larry's 55 Chevy. A big old 55 210. Oh, man, Shelby Williams red by 0.003 of a second. Would have been a tough pair anyway. 60 with a 4 on a 58 for Larry Warren. Starts that out with 010 green light. .621 with an 8 on a 22. Shelby running it out. I do believe she's got 2 entries in this deal. Logan Pagano, the street-driven Corvette, a little quicker than your average street-driven Corvette. 7.87 is his dial, alongside somebody who's just been knocking a tree down the last couple days. Chase Trim, and Chase did it again. Runs a little bit under, but he starts that out with a green light, which gave him the win automatically. He goes 005 to the green side, runs it out to see what he's got. He goes to 51 with a 2 on a 55 at 104 miles an hour. Logan street-driven Corvette, 786 with a 6 on a 787. Missed the dial-in by just a touch. And speaking of 4,000s, that's also what he missed the tree by. Tenna Taylor, 649 her dial in. By the way, thank you for an awesome rendition of the national anthem. And hey, I'm telling you what, singing the national anthem, that just brings you good karma. Scott Taylor breaks out by about 1 and change down at the other end. His 019 light loses to her 037 light. Here's Cliff Hall. One of the neater machines you're going to see out here. 1970 Maverick. Tons of power under the hood of that car. Alongside Darren Taylor. Darren Taylor driving the 76 Nova. 608's his dial, and he's actually going to get to leave first in front of Cliff Hall. Both these cars plenty look faster than they look, that's for sure. Excellent lights on both sides of the track. At the finish line, they're dead even. Brake lights come on Cliff Hall's machine. He goes 023 off the tree, runs an 04 with a 9 on the 02. And he cuts Darren Taylor loose, and Darren was out there with a double 02 light, and then runs a 07 on the 08 with a 1, breaking out by 9 thou. DeAndre Fitzgerald, the 68 Nova, alongside Stan Deming in the 76 Nova. Stan's 623 is going to wait on DeAndre's 654 dial. They leave together, which isn't a good thing for Stan because that means he puts on the red light. DeAndre goes a little under the number, but he started that out with a beautiful 021 light, runs it on down, runs 6:51 with an 8 on a 54, which will make no difference because Stan Deming puts it up red. And Stan, the first guy today that did not run dead on his number practically after a red light, goes 6:24 on a 6:23. Chris Johnson, 594 for that just gorgeous duster. 528 cubic inches of what I believe is one of those generations, like second generation Hemi power, alongside Mike Agnew, the LAT Racing Oil sponsored Chevelle. Mike Agnew's put on a ton of wind lights yesterday, and he'd like to stack another ton of them on today. Tree comes down, everybody's green, heading for the finish line. Agnew puts on the wind light as he runs 6:08 on a 6:05. Better of the two lights. He gets an 8 advantage off the tree. Breaking out is Chris Johnson. He goes 593 with a 3 on a 594. Cooper Dreher. Cooper driving the 67 Comet. It's muy caliente. It's alongside Alan Volvo. Alan driving the 72 Chevelle. Since the last time I saw Alan's car, well, not including yesterday and the day before and the day before that, but last time I saw Alan's car, looks like he had relatively stock suspension under it. Well, things have changed. That car is now dialed 616, a bunch faster than it used to be, and it hooks real nice, jumps right off line. Cooper Dreher looking out the back window. Here comes its fast Chevelle. Chevelle can't get there. 755 with a 6 and a 752. Cooper started out with a beautiful 01 light. Alan's got a light he doesn't want to talk about, and he goes 615 on a 616 dial in. Amber Rutherford. Amber driving the red Mustang that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 596. Normally a Mustang that fast is going to be the chaser, not the chasee, but in this case, getting chased by Alan Brown. Alan out of Vista. That's Vista, California, not to be confused with Vista, Texas. Lights are good, but the better of the two lights goes to Amber Rutherford. Amber's 016 beats the 059 of Alan Brown. 97 with a 9 on a 96 for Amber, and that's good for the win. And 82 with a 2 on a 79 for Mr. Alan Brown does not get the job done. Here's Kevin McClellan. Kevin driving Mr. Paz's 64 El Camino because this poor car doesn't get enough passes down the track. Randy Stanley, 688 dial, is going to chase down the El Camino. Getting to the other end, wind light comes up for Kevin McClellan. He runs a 771 with an 8 on a 769. Starts that out. Bond, James Bond, 007. 019 light for Randy. Nice light. Runs a 90 with a 7 on an 88. All those numbers sound pretty close at this point. That's 01 stripe down at the other end. Kevin McClellan moves on to the next round. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. O'More and C.W. Hofer. Tim O'More, 5.97. Going to give a second and change head start to C.W. Hofer, the 1987 Firebird. Tim O'More yesterday was collecting wind lights. CW been hanging in there today. Got a tough one on his hands right here. Tim O'More off chasing down CW. CW nabs the brakes, runs a 33 with a 3 on a 33. Started out with a nice 02 light. Tim O'More, 97 with a 2 on a 97. So all of it was basically in the reaction time. He had an 067, CW had an 020, and that's the difference at the stripe at the other end. Henry's Mustang is fast. 696 for the Stickers Mustang, alongside Leslie Emery. Leslie, out of Idaho. got the pickup truck. Well, of course, you got a farm, got to have a pickup truck. Well, I'm going to just tell you out loud. Thousandth of a second separates these two. A 1/1000, a 001, and a 002. And the 00, check this out. The 001, 1, right? A 97 on a 2. Leslie Emery ran 002 off the tree and then ran 1/1000th under. Wow. So put together an unfortunately negative 3,000 pack. Anyway, man, wow, that was a tight little race right there. That is basically Henry dodging a bullet. Whew. Here's Jay Griner driving that purple Pontiac alongside Jeff LaSalle. Again, another two guys. These guys were up against it at the Door Car Clash last night. Fourth, I'll separate them on this end. On the other end, Winlight comes up by 1,000th. Jeff LaSalle takes the win. He runs a 651 with an 8 on a 651. 76 with a 3 on a 75. Jay had a better light by 4,000ths. Yes, if you work that all the way out to the end, that is 001 is the stripe at the other end. Jeff LaSalle getting that stripe by 1,000th of a second in a green light, no breakout deal. Wow. Tony Marconi, talk about getting serious, alongside Jeff Taylor. Taylor driving the pickup truck, the 99 Dakota. 04 off the tree is going to be good for the win as Tony Marconi put it up 01 red. 578 with a 1 on a 577. Jeff Taylor's moving on to the next round. Here's the Wonder Wagon. Jeff Kreider, 745 to dial in alongside Jim Hulse. Jim Hulse driving a Z car. There was a while these things were just kind of sitting around out in fields and stuff, and now they're going through auctions for like millions and hundreds and whatever else is in between. 733 on the small block powered Porterville, California 71 Datsun alongside the let's just call it a 73 Vega wagon, might be a 72. Heading down the other end, this is tight. Oh man, check this out. The winner, Jim Hulse, 636 with a 9. Started out with a 008 light. A 50 with a 9 on 45 as Jeff cuts him loose, but with no avail, and gives Jim a bigger stripe. But the fact of the matter was that was a tight race right to the finish line. And Jim Hulse moves on. Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. This is your call for your round. Super Pro. I could say one of these words really good, really many times. Super Pro Door Car. We need you lanes 1 and 2. And looks like we're going to use lanes, I'm going to guess 5 and 6. Hard to say. No, let's just say 3 and 4. And then, okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Yes, there's cars all over the place out there right now. We got them scattered about, what they used to say. All right, here we go. Paige Smith's beautiful Chevelle alongside a little teeny M&M dragster, and off it goes. Red it goes, too. Abigail Rogers and the 08 Phantom puts it up red. Runs it out, though. See what you got. 658 on the red light against the 660. And Paige runs it out also and goes 612 on 609. Paige had a nice 024 light. That's a keeper in pro right there. Pedro Valadez, near perfect last pass. Up against another one of those little dragsters. This is Garrett Agnew. Garrett, 628 to dial in, is going to let Pedro take off in the Firebird formula and then see what happens after that. These little teeny dragsters with a lot of power, they have motorcycle engines in them. They tough to see, and they start picking up pretty well on the top end. Red light, Garrett Agnew. Pedro nails the tree. Basically took it with him. 003 for Pedro. Then he runs a 99 with a 1 on an 02. Garrett Agnew missed that tree by 1/1000th. Runs a 31 with a 9 on his 28 dial-in, and that is an unfortunate way to lose. That is a true light. John Victorino, 714. I know they call it the shopping cart, but you know they're actually called bass carts. Don't know how they name, but that's the official grocery store name. Ron Nickel says, I got a brake pedal for you. That's kind of what he does. 704. One of the best finish line racers I've ever seen in my life, Ron Nickel. John Victorino says, well, there's two ends of this track. Big fella, let's see what you got. John puts in a 714 for a dial, and so he's actually going to get 10th of a second head start, and then the hammer's coming after him. Oh, baby, John Victorino tried to take the tree with him. He went 0-3 to the red. Ron goes 0-6 to the good, and then runs a 7:03 with 7 on his way through. 0-6. John Victorino was the one that was way under on that one, and under by 3 thou when it came to leaving the line. Chris Pinder. Chris driving the Nova, the 66 SS. Tim Arnswald. They call him Sunday Tim. Well, you're about to find out. 732 is the dial. 647 for Chris. So Tim's going to take off in that 67 Camaro. These cars were probably sitting on the lot in September of 1966 together. Actually, that's not true. I don't think they got the 67 Camaros out that early. Beautiful light. 017 for Tim. Then he runs a 33 with a 5 on a 32. Chris runs it out. He actually doesn't get there, but does break out by a bit as he starts out with an 068. And Tim moves on to the next round. Kelly Fendley out of Torrance. The pickup truck. This is a really fast Toyota. Toyota Racing Development should come over and check out Kelly's truck. They might learn something. Stan Montgomery, 603 on the 63 Chevy 2. Stan Montgomery 603 is going to let the little pickup truck go first. And the big block powered Chevy 2 goes red. Man, sometimes a little harder to wait than you want. 07 red's big red. 662 with a 5 running out. Kelly goes 662 with a 5 on a 62. Got the green light. That's what counted. And that's what moves on. 068. Mike Bolton. Driving a 1950 stretched out Willys Jeep. 545 inches of Ford. I'm sure it's got a Dana 60 underneath it just so you could possibly get every manufacturer involved. Alongside Shelby Ray. Schoenfeld driving out of Novato, the 70 Nova. Doesn't look like, well, yeah, could be. Got the Chevelle style racing stripes on it. Well, the old do something even if it's wrong doesn't really work out well in drag racing. Mike Bolton goes red. Shelby goes 010 on the tree and then runs a 71 on a 78, or 73, 71 with an 8 on a 73. But hanging that green light is what gets it done. Mike Bolton 031 red, then runs under by about 300ths. Sasha driving the 91 Firebird. Jody George pulling up alongside. .707 for Jody George in his 90 Cutlass. The 91 Firebird taking off. Just in front of him, just a little bit. 1 thou separate him on this end. Jody George takes the win as he goes 710 on a 707. Good for the win. Sasha runs a 730 with a 4 on a 734. The lights were 1,000ths apart, 040 to 041. Good drag race right there. A couple folks that race against each other on a pretty regular basis. Chris Johnson. This is a neat Mopar. 528 inches of big Dodge under the hood. This 33 Ford Coupe. Monty Beagle. Monty definitely won a bunch of rounds yesterday, and he wants to get a bunch more today. 5.80 dial in for Monty. 5.95 for Chris Johnson. So 6,000 separates the lights. The slower of the two lights, which was an 029, 580 with a 9 on a 580. Monty Beagle takes the win light. Chris Johnson, 023 light, was better, but ran a 90 with a 1 on a 95, breaking out by 4 and change. And that isn't going to get the job done there. Monty Beagle moves on to the next round. Well, if you like Ford Coupes, you're in the right spot. Because here's Alan Brown. Alan Brown bringing up the 33. The other one was kind of a high boy. This is really a high boy. Alongside Logan Pagano, the street-driven Corvette. Alan Brown puts it up red, 023 to the red side, 020 for Logan Pagano's a real nice light. Gets to see the red light hanging, runs it all the rest of the way out. He goes a 786 with a 4 on a 787. So I'd say that man is dialed in and ready to go. Here's C.W. Hofer. C.W. in the water hole, heating up the tires on that 87 Firebird against Richard Llewellyn. For some reason, there's a lot of guys like to run that 7777 number. I guess they think it's lucky. Well, if you're from Yucca Valley, California, this car was probably dark blue last week. It's light blue now. It's hot out there. 67 Chevy 2 in powder blue. 343 cubic inches of small block for power. CW 732 to dial in on his machine. 6.70 on Richard Llewellyn's. CW goes red by 2,000th of a second. CW, do not look at your time slip. Richard is quite green. He runs 672 with a 3 on a 670. CW goes under by a couple hundredths. Yeah, Mike looked in there and said, yep, I'm going to just go tell CW, no, don't look at that time slip. Darren Taylor, 607 is the dial in for that 76er he's driving alongside Scott Taylor. Funny, same last name, 65 Chevelle. Wonder if these guys know each other. Well, they both race way up there in the middle of nowhere. Actually, you can't really say Montana's the middle of nowhere. It's kind of on the outside fringes of nowhere. 589 with a 9. Breaks out by 1/1000. Scott Taylor started out with an 098. That won't do because Darren Taylor, 017, then runs an 09 with a 7 on that 607 dial in. But a nice 17 light to start out with, and Darren Taylor moves on. Stan Deming, a Kid Performance 76 Nova. Man, I'm telling you, there is a parking lot full of 76 Novas on the grounds today. Alan Volvo bringing the Chevelle back around. Not only has he done a lot of suspension work, I was going to say he probably did a lot of cooling work also. That cooling system works well in that car because he makes round after round with this car. Speaking of cooling systems, today's Sunday is presented to you by Mazir Enterprises. Not only do they make great cooling systems, but they make all kinds of spectacular American-made drag racing components for your car. I'd like to thank Dave Mazir for coming out personally. It is awesome to see the Mazir family be represented on the track, and quite well, actually. As you know, that he took the 20 grand K&N money last night. He said he's going to be happy to be in the winner's circle and hand over that check for $10,000 today and $5,000 for pro. While I was going along there, Stan Deming put on a win light by running a 25 with a 2 on a 24. Breaking out was Alan Volvo as he goes 608. But the difference was the lights. The 052 light beats the 098 light. And Stan Deming moves on to the next round. So Randy Stanley, 687 for the blacked out Nova. Also black, but shiny black, the 66 Nova wagon, DJ Homar. DJ, 644, the dial in for that machine's going to let Randy take off in that 75 Nova, about 4/10 away. And then DJ's coming to get him. Oh, man, DJ goes red. Randy Stanley puts a 50 up, but the 50's good for the win as it's green. Runs an 87 with 4 on an 87 at 98 miles an hour. All right, we're going to do a little track prep before we bring out the next category. Next category is going to be our Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars, you guys should all be in the lanes and ready to go because, man, this thing's going to get wild. Also, racers, remember, if you've made it into the money rounds, which generally speaking, depending on which category you're in, but usually about 32 cars or less, swing on by the trailer and pick up your money. The trailer that you're looking for, it is the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer. It's at the bottom of the tower, closer to the Grove. And swing on over there and see the crew. Get paid. While you're there, check out a couple other really cool things like hats, T-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies. Hey, this race, we've had good weather, but you never know. I mean, you could pick up some fashion wear that somebody might want to even, give it away at Christmas time. Again, we're grooming the track just a little bit here and getting everything ready to go before we kick them off. All right, back to racing. Daniel McClellan driving the Roadster. Wait a minute, Sean Ealing's driving a Roadster of sorts, the 91 Corvette, the blue car you see on the near side. 641, the dial-in. So he's going to get a little over a half second head start. Daniel McClellan's going to come chasing after him. So Daniel's 589 dialing means he's going to be waiting. Sean's taking off. Both these drivers have been doing a spectacular job on the tree. Oh, red light for Daniel. Misses it by 5 thou. Hanging a green light, Sean Ealings. Sean's 0.25 lights, good for the win. He runs a 43 or 41 with 3 on a 41. Good for the win. 588 with a 4 on a 589. Daniel missing the tree by 5 and missing the dial in by 6 thou. In one way, that's a real tight package. In another way, it is really frustrating to have it happen. Here's Robert Butler. Robert Butler driving a Camaro. 73 Camaro alongside Dennis Paz. Yeah, there's no easy ones here. That's a fact. 65 El Camino out of Stockton alongside the Camaro out of Citrus Heights. Tight one here. 2,000 separate them on this end and just about the same amount on the other end. 018 light, 78 with a 3 on a 75 for Dennis Paz is good for the win. 5,000 stripe at the other end. An 020 light for Robert Butler. He runs a 77 with a 6 on a 74. So both cars over by 3 and change. The change just happened to be a little smaller on Dennis' side, and that's what it took to put on a 5,000 stripe at the other end. Dennis, Robert Butler, you knew that was going to be a good race. Wow. Here's Justin Short. Justin Short doing a spectacular job with that 64 Chevelle all day yesterday. Has he got another day to do it? Here's Carl Hagen. Carl driving the Double Auto Avenger. That particular Mopar happens to have Chevy under the hood. The advantage goes over to Carl as he goes 017 on the tree, then runs 517 with a 9 down the track. So that was a nice little spot for him there. Justin Short comes up 055 on the tree, and that's pretty much all she wrote at that point. 552 with a 6 on a 553, slightly under, but it actually didn't have much effect on the races. Carl was there, green and good first. Randy Cloud. 568 for that good-looking Mustang alongside A.J. Cameron. A.J., big wheels-up launch out of that El Camino. How many tons of cement you got to pour into that tailgate? Wow. Oh, baby. Breaking out by 6 thousandths of a second was A.J. Both these lights are awesome. 012 for A.J., 015 for Randy Cloud. Randy runs a 70 with a 1, which was good on that 68. Gave up 3 thou on the tree, which isn't a whole lot, and then takes the win light on forcing the breakout on A.J. Cameron. Jason Pod, all the way down from Chesimir, Alberta, driving a love truck. Oh, man. Might as well drive a long way to have to deal with this guy. Here's Pearson Deming. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Super Pro dragster, Super Pro dragster. Double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Singular entries to lanes 5 and 6. Check this out. Oh, man. Pearson Deming takes 9 thou off the tree on Jason Pod. Jason runs 601 with a 2, running way off the number. 56 with an 8 for Pearson. Puts together a nice little package and takes the win light. Here's Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones driving that blue 72 Nova, sponsored by Mickey Thompson, Calvert, Suspensions, K&N, Performance, all those folks are out there. James Rutherford out of Wembley, Alberta, Rebel Fit Nutrition, 487. So over a second head start goes to Nova. And then this beautiful Ford Probe, 630 inches of Ford trying to track him down, gets to the other end, Winlight, 98 with an 8 on a 98 for Jeff Jones, starts it out with an 014 light. So he basically goes wire to wire for the win. James Rutherford gave us a good show. He goes a 491 on a 487 with an 026 light. But Jeff Jones closer everywhere, better to the number, better to the tree, and better to the next round. All right, next pair coming your way. PJ Giacalone. Robert Neighbor driving the Vet. $519 for Neighbor in the Corvette. Alongside PJ Giacalone. PJ driving the 55 Chevy, hangs the wheels past the 60-foot clocks. Here comes the Corvette. This is tight. Down at the other end, Winlight comes up. Robert Neighbor, he starts out 005 on the tree, runs a 21 with an 8 on a 19 to take a 2,000 stripe from PJ. PJ runs it up the other end, goes 577 with a 1 on a 76. Wow. Anthony Batasa, 34 Chevy Roadster, alongside Ricky Duchel. Ricky, the 63 Corvette, 545 cubic inches, is actually going to give the head start to the Roadster. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, you have been called. Remember, if you're doubling up, you need to be doubling up over in lanes 1 and 2. Red light for Anthony Matazza. Ricky moves on. Ricky goes nice 0-2 off the tree, then runs a 56 on a 52, running it out. And basically, he could have been had 568 with an 8 on a 569 for Anthony. Wants to run it on out and see what he had. Here's Gary Minaka. Used Performance, Goodyear, Arden, Hot Rod Performance, you name it, he's got it on the side of that car, but in little bitty letters. Alongside Greg Dreher. Greg, the 85 Camaro. Greg out of Bakersfield. Long-time participant down at LACR. I'm pretty sure these guys know each other pretty well. Gary Minaka misses the tree by 2 thousandths, goes red, puts the wind light on in Greg Dreher's lane. Greg goes 030 off the tree, then runs a 640 with a 1 on a 642. And Gary, you're never going to believe this. Look what he does when he red lights. He runs a 29 on a 29, of course. Here we go, motorcycle. Andrew Manning out of Montrose, 99 Hayabusa. Alongside Sir James, Jim Harvison, sponsored by Mazir Enterprises. Well, what I can say today is, aren't we all? All right. Jim Harvison out of Escondido, the 67 Barracuda. Notchback, not to be confused with the Fastback. Speaking of fast, this little motorcycle is a little too fast off the trees. He goes 01 red. 018 for Jim Harvison, then runs it out and goes a 75 with a 2 on a 74. Yeah, I'd say he's prepped to go a few rounds there. The motorcycle runs through the traps at 126.8. The Stickers Machine, 697, the dial-in. Team Bodie. The 84 Mustang, 3 comes down, goes red by 1,000. DeAndre Fitzgerald goes 007 green, then runs a 52 with an 8 on a 52 for a 15,000 pack. So Henry, don't feel bad. He was going to be tough to beat. That's a fact. You needed to push on that tree. Andre moves on to the next round. Darren Taylor, he's driving a 76er. There's a lot of them out here, and I like them all. Mike Ealing, Mike driving the 65 El Camino. That's the red one with the yellow and red stripes. Not stripes, but flames. Yes, flames in a manner of speaking are stripes. 660 the dial in for the El Camino. So Darren Taylor's going to give him just about a half-second head start. Wait patiently, as we all do. And this particular time, Mike Ealing was the one that didn't wait patiently as he puts up a 00 red, 002 red to be exact, runs a 60 with a 0 on a 62 with a 0 on a 60 dial. 611 running it out back door on a 609 at 112.8 miles an hour, and Darren Taylor moves on to the next round. Ryan Mangus. Ryan out of Colton. 67 Camaro. It's painted white. 613 the number. So waiting patiently. I don't think Tony Marconi waits patiently. I honestly feel he probably doesn't wait patiently. Anybody who lives in a town called Surprise, Arizona, probably doesn't. I would be surprised. All lights are green. They head for the other end. The wind light comes up, though, for Ryan. Ryan Mangus goes 615 on a 613. Good by 2 with a 0 after no 15 light. Tony going in there and pushing as hard as he could. He goes a 586 with a 9 on a 587. Ryan gets to the line first by 6 thousandths of a second. Wow. .388 inches of 66 Mustang power for Dave Schaffer. Dave out of Auburn. 673 the dial in. Going to get almost a full second head start over Andre Olson. Andre Olson is one tough hombre right up until he hangs a 001 red. Oh, baby. And then 580 with a 1 on a 581. Dave, good-looking pass over here, goes 009, gets to run it all the way out. Runs a 72 with a 3 on the 73 dial. And so that's somebody to be watching out for right there. Here's Rob Strong. Rob Strong driving the Firebird. 6.80 dial in, and you got his hands full with this one also. Here's Mike Agnew. I'm just going to pretty much just say, if you show up at this race, expect a race hard and, man, fight every round because there's no easy ones, that's for sure. Mike Agnew. LAT Racing Oil is a sponsor. Extreme powder coating. Got a lot of good work done to that car. That 69 Chevelle, bright and shiny, looking good. It's 516 cubic inches for power. 607 the dial in on that machine. Rob Strong taking his time putting that car on the line. He's there. Here comes Mike Agnew. Tree's on its way down. Firebird gone. Mike Agnew's gone as he goes red. 012 red. We've seen an awful lot of cars going just a tad red. Guys are getting tense out there. 606 with a 9 on a 607 for Mike Agnew. He misses dial-in by 1,000th. Check this out. Rob Strong, 005 on the green side, and then runs a 686 with a 4 on a 680 dial. Here's Daniel McClellan back in the Roadster alongside Larry Geezy. Larry, the 95 Daytona, 450 plus cubic inches of big Mopar under the hood. So that 5.9 on Daniel, he's actually going to get to leave first. Off he goes. Larry Geesey right behind him, and that, nope, now right around him. as something goes awry, 725 and a 590. I think Dan probably just ran that thing out of gas. Pulls over to the side. Hopefully nothing expensive broke. So we're going to be down for a moment while we go get Daniel. Hopefully there isn't a big old stripe following him, whatever happened. We'll go down and grab him, and like I said, we might just need to call AAA with a couple gallons of gas. I mean, as many rounds as he's gone with that car, there's a possibility it just thing's empty. So, by the way, racers, Daniel McClellan, unfortunate for him, is the example of what to do. I'll also say Larry Giese takes the win, 579 on a 571 as he coasts on through. Daniel did start that out with, here, this will just add out. just make you feel as much better. Daniel 005 off the tree. So, hard to say what exactly happened, but going back to the example of what to do is, if you believe your car is broke, get it stopped as quick as you can. We're more than happy to go out and get you, but I know that survival instinct in every one of us is to try to get as far as we can possibly get before we die. That doesn't work well in drag racing because we can clean a puddle up in a couple minutes. It takes a long time to clean up a stripe.
Go ahead, Jay. You go over there. I'll take over for you, buddy. Jeff Jones, the number, and A.J. Cameron, the El Camino. 598 Jeff Jones and that Mickey Thompson Tires Nova. 657 A.J. Cameron, the El Camino. Green lights here. Let me tell you something. They were both 007 and by 0.02 of a second. A.J. Cameron, 007, 61 with the 9 on the 57 dial for the win. Jeff Jones, 007, 03 with a 1 on that 598 dial, and by 0.02 of a second, A.J. Cameron going to the next round in Super Pro Door Car. Mazier Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Your Pomosa drag strip. By the way, in about 1/2 hour from now, RV service will be here to pump your tanks in your RVs. You'd like to get that done. Need to get them both done. $130 for the pair. $100 to pump your septic. $50 to pump your water if that's all you need done. But hey, double your pleasure, double your fun. $130 for both. Robert Butler, Justin Short coming out next pair. Robert will be over here in the Camaro. Justin over there in that car we nicknamed the cop car. Justin will be at $598. Getting the head start. Robert Butler, the Camaro, $577. So $552 Justin, $578 Robert Butler. And they're set. Green light starts. Down there, top end. Watch out. Chevelle drop that nose. 018, 559, 6 on that 52 dialing for Justin Short. Robert missing the tree and goes out by 17 now. And one of those reaction times, starts with a 1. How about this pair? Final card, Super Pro Door Car. Pearson Deming, 655. Racing the guy who sponsors him, Mark Kidd at 465. I would have to candidly say these two guys are very familiar with each other. Yep. So Race Kidd's assistant manager, Mark, right side 465 in the dragster. And the car they sponsor, the Kidd Performance Team Nova, Pearson Deming, 655 in the Nova. Red light start, Mark Kidd by 13 thousandths of a second. Pearson, 21 on the tree, out by 5 thou in the automatic W to Pearson. Mark Kidd, 13 red, and 1/66 with a 1. Brian Howe, David Meyer, round 2 Super Pro Dragster. 446, Brian Howe, right side, 471 for your Division 7 champion. That three-way Chevrolet lane in David Meyer. Clean green this pair. Down there, top end, Division 7 champ, David Meyer. 028.73 with a 7 on that 71 dialing for the win three-way Chevrolet lane. Brian Howe coming on big time. Missed a tree, unfortunately, with a 62. Then goes out at a 2 over. 448 is the next pair. Race Kidd, the Assassin, and Larry Beckner. The Tom Bayer School Drag Racing car. 490, Larry Beckner in from Arizona. 467 for the Kidd Performance Team Machine of Race Kidd. red light start race kid 009 RED. Larry Beckner, 37 on the tree, 4918 on that 490 dial-in. The wood light coming on for Larry Beckner, three-way Chevrolet lane. It's KJ Deza in from Vegas, 481 KJ. Chad Axford out of Kentucky, 466 for the Chadmobile, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, 12 RED KJ. Chad, 14 on the tree. Chad, dead 5. KJ Deza. 012 red, and then shuts it off 516-8, coasting down there top end. Tom Bayer, Kyle Raposo. Wow. Tom Bayer, the drag racing professor. 5 flat Tom Bayer, big time winner Friday. And Kyle Raposo, 470 for the Kevin's Automotive team car right here at Bakersfield, right side. Green light starts here. Professor out in front. Kyle hustling after him. Tom Bayer dead 7. 014. Kyle Raposo in 038 had no chance. It goes out by a foul. But Professor Tom moving on with Dylan Howe. Tommy Drake Jr. A couple of D6 guys. Tommy Drake Jr. 488 the three-way Chevrolet lane. Dylan Howe 450 the Michelob Ultra lane. Separated by 5, foul down there. Dylan Howe, dead 2, 020 for the win. Tommy Drake, 025, out by a foul. And Dylan Howe moving to the next round. Super Pro dragster Greg Hicks, James Warden, Warden Racing team car in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 459, James Warden. Greg Hicks for FigSpeed.com in the Hicksmobile. 478, Greg Hicks. Down there at that top end, James Warden. Perfect reaction time, out by 13,000 for the win. Greg Hicks wasn't bad. He was 006 and goes out by 23,000 for the loss. Warden moving on. 006 left second. Wow. Joey Trotsky, Austin Schoenfeld. Austin, the far side, the front motor dragster, Utah, 485. Chasing Joey Trotsky, the Bantam at 5-2-1. Pretty good old matchup here, separated by 6 thou. Austin Schoenfeld, dead 2-0-13 for the win. Joey Trotsky, dead 0-0-19 for the loss. Let me add and subtract that. 4 thou at the stripe to Austin Schoenfeld, the front motor dragster. Gage Cameron, Dean Bush. Dean is 476 on the far side, three-way Chevrolet lane. Gage Cameron, 502, the Valley Painting Team Machine. Gage Cameron, 003, red. Dean Bush, 017, 473.9 on that 476 Island. Automatic win, three-way Chevrolet lane. Jonathan Flores for M&M Fuels. Colby Fuller, the Foggett Team Car far side. 467, both drivers. The Dreamweaver Racing Team Car for John and M&M Fuels. Colby out of Georgia. Well, Jonathan Flores, 004, 4691 on that 67 dial for the win. Colby Fuller, 005, 4715 on that 467 dial. And Jonathan Flores moving on. Cooper Dunn, Mike Collins. Cooper will be 5'11", Michelob Ultra Lane, Mike Collins. 473, three-way Chevrolet lane. Fourth out difference between these two down there top end. Mike Collins by 5 thou. 012, 74 with a 5 on that 73 dial-in for the win. Cooper, 12 with a 6 on that 11 dial-in. 016, 5 thou at the stripe down there. Mike Collins. Marco Parabolaris, Mark Mayashiro. Mayashiro right side, Michelob Ultra Lane, 494. Marco Parabolaris, 461. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Marco lights that second light. One of them missed a tree. Going to pay for it? Yes, he does. Marcos 018, 463 with a 4 on that 461 dial-in. Mark Mayashiro missing that tree, and a 95 with a 2 on that 94 was 053. Jason Rosenbaum. The Townsend Stillhouse and Grill and Krista Sudan. They paired up a couple times here in the Summit Series. Krista Farside, the track champ at 481. Jason over here, 471, the Michelob Ultralade. Green light starts. Separated, 3 down. Top end, Jason. Dead on 0, 010. Krista, 013. And out by 4. So Jason goes dead 0, 10 on the tree. Oh, attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET on Missouri Enterprises, 5,000 Sunday. Pro ET double entries, 1 and 2, single entries, 3 and 4. Pro ET to the lanes, please. Is Mark Barnhart, Daryl Wirtz. 457 left side, 457 right side in this pair. $2,000 Stiffers. Daryl Wirtz, dead 7, 008 for the win. Mark Barnhart, dead 6, 010 for the loss. That was 16 thousandths of a second down there at that finish line going to Daryl Wirtz as Kevin Johnson and Bailey Neighbor. Crew chief extraordinaire Chad Neighbor out in front. The above all pool tile cleaning team car for Bailey. 460 Bailey Neighbor. 448 Kevin Johnson. Pre-stage both drivers. Third generation drag racer Bailey Neighbor, right side, taking on Kevin Johnson. Clean green in this pair. Down there, top end, Bailey Neighbor. 4615 on that 60 dial, 043 for the win for Bailey. Kevin Johnson, 58 on the tree, 49 with a 3 on that 48. Bailey Neighbor going to the next round. Tim O'More and Steve Williams. 495, Tim O'More, the dragster. Running his door car and his dragster is Tim O'More. Stevie Williams, the Fawcett dragster, 442. Steve Williams in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Red light start, Tim O'More by 5 now. Stevie Williams, 041, 441, 3 on that 442 dial, the automatic W. Next pair. Mark Lalonde, Arizona. Far side, the bright yellow dragster, 490. And 509, right side, Kaylee McGibbon, the White Lane Automotive Team car. Now they're set. Red light start marked by 12 thou. Kaylee 025 506 0 on the 509. for the win, the automatic win. Mark Lalonde, 12 red, dead 7. Jason Pad, Dave Mazier. Mazier Enterprises dragster. Of course, Davey and his brothers, a great sponsor of Mazier Enterprises Sunday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. 475, Dave Mazier. 454, Jason Pad. Alderson. Head start, Mazier. Cleaned green this pair. Wow. Down at the top end there, Dave Mazier out by 4,000. 008 for the win. Jason Pad, 017 out by 6,000 for the loss. And that was just a great one down there. Elliot Franco, Don Torres. Don, 544, far side in the Brogiers Dairy team car with Brother Dale. And Elliot Franco, 504, Elliot. Down there, top end, that wind light says Don Torres. 015, 545, 5 for the win on that 44 dial in. Elliott 019, 5053 on that 04 dial in for the loss. 2000s to the win to Don Torres. Now front motor cars, Mark Kidd, Tristan Gregg. Tristan Farside, Southern Nevada Motorsports. Team car out of Henderson, Nevada. 546, Tristan Craig. 467, Mark Kidd, the Kidd Performance Team car. Pre-staged. Tristan far side, Mark Kidd right side. There at that top end, Mark Kidd out by 11 thou for the win. Tristan out by 21 thou for the loss. Neither one will make the honor roll for reaction time. Mark Kidd doesn't care. He was 40 on the tree. Tristan was 68. But Mark Kidd moving to the next round. Robert Neighbor, Robert Butler. Butler far side. 472, Robert Butler. Robert Neighbor, 460, the Michelob Ultra Lane. Butler's in. Robert Neighbor lights that second light, and the tree comes down. Green light starts. 6 thou difference. Top end. Robert Butler dead 5-038 for the win. Robert Neighbor 032 out by 3 thou. And Butler to the next round. Gabe Torres, Gage Cameron. Gage Cameron, right side, right here in Bakersfield, 502. Gabe Torres for the Bal Torres Construction Team car, 459. Gabe Torres. Down there, top end, Gage Cameron, dead 5:013 for the win. Gabe Torres was a 1 over 60 with a 4, but missed that tree. Gage made him pay for it. Kyle Raposo, 470 to Kevin's Auto Repair Team Machine, being the Michelob Ultra Lane. And Bobby Dye Jr. for Specialty Fasteners, 461. Bobby Dye, three-way Chevrolet Lane. Red light start, Bobby Dye, Kyle Raposo, 013. Kyle goes 4.677, 146 to move to the next round. Bobby, wow, 026 red. Tommy Drake Jr., Race Kid, the Assassin, at 470. Chasing Tommy Drake Jr., 488. Difference is 3 thou. Down there at the top end, Race Kid, dead 7, 10 for the win. Tommy Drake, 13, 1 over 89 with a 6. Race is going to move on as Joey Trotsky, David Meyer. Meyer far side, 473 in the dragster. Joey Trotsky, 521 in the wannabe dragster with a bottom bantam body. David Meyer, 011 red. Joey Trotsky, 009 green. Joey out by 6 thou. The automatic win going in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Jason Rosenbaum, Chad Axford. Chad far side, three-way Chevrolet Lane, 466. Jason, the San Bernardino County Sheriff, 472. Jason. Red light start, Chad by 8 thou. Jason, 014, 70 with 1 on the 72 dial for the win. Cooper Chun, Colby Fuller. Cooper, Vancouver, Washington, 510. Colby Fuller, 442. that three-way Chevrolet lane. Cooper off that starting line, 0-10. Here comes Colby. Cooper goes dead 4 with a 10 light, 14th out pack. Takes that strike down there by 7th out. Colby dead 0, 0-21. Had no chance. Wow. .453, Daryl Wirtz, far side. .461, Marco Parabolaris, Michelob Ultra Lane. Red light start, Daryl Wirtz. Marco, 11 on the tree. 60 with a 9 on that 61 dial in the automatic win. And Jay, tell me if you haven't heard this before. Red light start, dead on. Ran dead on. Stunning. Kevin Johnson, Mark Lalonde. 491 left side three-way Chevrolet lane is Mark. 449 Kevin Johnson, Utah base dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. At that top end, Kevin Johnson, 0-13-51 with 3 on that $49 for the win. Mark, 93 on a 91. It was 0-3-1. KJ coming back. Super Pro Dragster. Wow. Steve Williams, 441 in the Fogget Dragster. Dave Mazier, the house car. The sponsor of today's $10,000 Sunday in the Mazier Enterprises Super Pro Sunday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. 474, Dave Mazier. Dave Mazier, 001 red. Steve Williams, 008 green, 4428. For Stevie Williams, Dave Mazier was the 1/75 and 001 red. Greg Hicks, the Big Speed team car, Las Vegas. So Greg just taking the tree there to advance to the next round. Pedro Valdez, 702 in the Firebird. Shelby Ray Schoenfield, 673 in the Nova. Pro ET, round three. Oh, Shelby Ray is 003 red. Pedro, 002 green in the Firebird. Pedro, 7036, 95 miles an hour. Stunningly, Shelby Ray, dead 9 with a red light start. Dennis Paz, Colin poised. Colin in the Nova. Oh, Shelby Ray coming to a stop down there. SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari out there to check on Shelby Ray. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 5 and 6. Well, we wait for the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari. Clear Shelby Ray. Colin Boyce will be at 678. Dennis Paz, the El Camino will be at 677. Super Pro Door Car, need you the lanes. We go back racing. Super Pro Door Car, need you the lanes. Dennis Paz, 677 the Elkie. Colin Poise, 678 the Nova. Green light starts. Down there, top end, that wind light says Dennis Paz, 679.9 on that 677 009. Colin gave it a shot, a 1/79 with a 1, but it was 43 on the tree. Zach Healy, Jody George, 710, Jody George, the Cutlass, 642, Zach Healy, the Corvette. Green light starts. Jody with the head start. Zach Ealing coming after him in that Corvette. That wind light says Jody, 15 with a 4 on that 10.019 for the win. Zach was closer, 46 with a 6 on that 42, but left that starting line 054. Monty Beagle, Chase Trim. Wow. Chase, 654 in the Opel GT. Monty Beagle, 580 in the coupe. $2,000 difference in reaction time down there at that finish line. That wind light says Chase. 027, 56 with a 6 on that 54 for the win. Monty Beagle, 25, 83 with a 6 on that 80 dial-in. It was 8 thou at the finish line to Chase Tripp. That's good, huh? Holy cow. C.W. Hofer, Brian Cam. Brian, the Camaro, 795, getting the head start. C-Dub, the Firebird, 733. This is a pretty big-time matchup. So is one of the Waterbucks. Green light starts here. Two of the best in the biz down there. Watch this at the finish line. It's going to be C-Dub. 033, 35 with the 4, that 33 dial in for the win. Brian started off with a 63 light and a 1/96 with a 4. Jeff LaSalle, Cliff Hall. Told you the hits just keep on coming. 602, Cliff Hall, the Maverick. 652, Jeff LaSalle, the Mopar. Jeff LaSalle, 008 red. Cliff Hall, 21 on the tree, 6036 on that 602 dial-in. Jeff LaSalle coasting. Darren Taylor, the Nova. Stan Deming, the Nova. Deming, far side. Kid Performance Nova, 624. Darren in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 609. Clean green in this pair. Couple of Idahoans going at it. And it's going to be Darren. Dead 5-042. Takes out Stan Demings. 056. 27 with the 4. That's 3 over. That 24 dial. The Hammer. Ron Nickel. The Oldsmobile. 704. In the head start, Larry Warren. 6:59 in the 55 Chevrolet. Clean and green in this pair. Down there, top end, that wind light, the hammer drops that nose. Ron Nickel, 0067088 on the 04 dial-in for the win. Larry Warren started off with an 03563 with a 3 in that 59. And Ron Nickel moving on. Logan Pagano, Amber Rutherford. Amber's going to be far side the Mustang. Logan over here in the Corvette. Logan Pagano, 788 in the Corvette. Amber Rutherford, the Mustang at 598. Green light starts. Corvette out there. Amber starts to make the move in that Mustang. Amber down there by 6 thousandths of a second. Amber's 008, 603, and that 598 dial-in for the win. Logan gave it a shot. He was 29. Goes 91 with a 6 on the 88 by 6 thou. Amber moving on is Sunday Tim Arnswell. DeAndre Fitzgerald. The Posmobile Nova. DeAndre, 653. Chasing Sunday Tim Arnswell. 732 in the Camaro. Couple of green lights are in this pair. 3,000 difference in reaction time down there. It's DeAndre. 057, dead 3 for the win. Sunday Tim, 054, out by 13 thou. Is Mike Agnew, Randy Stanley. Randy, 687, the Nomad, Idaho. Mike Agnew, big winner yesterday. Friday, 607, Mike Agnew. Clean and green, head start Nova. Here comes Mike Agnew starting to reel him in down there. Randy Stanley, 91 with a 7 on that. 87 dial-in, 046 for the win. Mike Agnew, 1 over 08 with a 3 on that 07. 89. The reaction time, 9 thou at the finish line to Randy Stanley. Paige Smith, Cooper Dreher, 757 to Cooper. The Comet, three-way Chevrolet lane, 615, Paige Smith. The Mountain View Performance, Chevelle. Bumping it in. Page is in. Cooper's in. Green light starts. Here comes Paige Smith. Cooper looking over. Cooper looking over. Page dead on 8:020. Paige Smith. Cooper missed that tree at 70. Out by 4 thou. DJ Hobart. Kelly Findlay. 662 for the pickup truck for Kelly. 643 for Deej in that Nova wagon. 022 Red Kelly Finley. DJ 47 on the tree. DJ dead 8 for the win. Tana Taylor. Jim Hulse. 734 Jim Hulse in the Spanky's Machine Shop. Dotson. 651 Tana Taylor. The 70 Mustang. LS powered. What a stunner. Haven't seen an LS powered Mustang since the last one ran. Tana is 012 RED. Jim Hull 16 on the tree. Jim Hull 736 8. 34 dialing in the automatic. W. Kevin McClellan, the El Camino, the far side. Rich Wellen, the Nova over here. Rich 671, chasing K-Mac at 770 in the Elkie. Red light start, Kevin McClellan by 1,000ths of a second. Rich Wellen, 087, 672, 6 on that 671 dialing. Red light's on, the El Camino's gone, Noah's moving on. Pedro Valadez, Jeff Taylor. Pedro, 702 in the Firebird. Jeff Taylor, 577, the Dakota pickup truck. Red light start, Pedro Valadez, 009 RED, Jeff Taylor. The truck, 580 with a 1 on that 77 dialing automatic win. Oh, attention to the bits, attention to the bits. Super Pro Dragster, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster, need you the lanes. Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4 is Henry Robertson. The Mustang stickers. He said it's to cover up the scratches. I said it's to hold them together. $6.99 HR. $0.16 on the tree, Henry. Watch him go 7 flat, too. Ooh. 6,999,997 miles an hour. Henry. That does it for that round of Pro ED. Super Pro Door Darks coming up. Jay Kasem coming in.
Well, thanks, Mike. Hey, I want to remind everybody, if you've got this big, long, pointy thing called a dragster and you're still in, bring them. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is this spot for you if you are singularly entered. Mike, thanks a lot. Wow, a lot of sweet door car action going on out there. Incredible. Well, it's Sunday, and it's Missouri Sunday. That means somebody in Super Pro wins $10,000. Somebody in Pro is going to win $5,000. This is going to be a lot of fun because we're getting down to it now. Now it's getting tight. Here we go, Super Pro. Pearson Deming, the 77 Nova. Not a 76, it's a 77 and a vinyl top. Where's the chances of getting one of those? Carl Hagen, 516, is going to give a second and a half head start over to the kid. Well, the kid performance anyway. Pearson Deming doing the driving. 385 cubic inches of small block power. Oh, man. Carl decided to go with him. Not quite sure what happened there, but Carl, off he went. Pearson Deming 016 on the tree, then goes a 55 with a 3 for a 19 thou package. Carl hung it red by a bunch and then runs it out, goes 18 with a 9. Larry Giese driving the 95 Daytona. It's powered with Dodge power. 451 cubic inches of Dodge power to be exact. 576 is his number. 98 Mustang next to him, 547 cubic inches. So 6 cubic inches larger, so it makes sense that it's 600ths of a second quicker. 570 for Randy Cloud Mustang. Red light, 2 thou red for Larry Giese. Randy Cloud goes 025 off the tree, then runs a 69 with an 8 on a 70. Of course, the difference on that is the red light by 2 thou. And Larry runs all the way out and doesn't run exactly on. He runs a 77 on a 76. Greg Dreher. Greg driving a Camaro. Normally you see Greg driving a Ford, but hey, you got to put in it if you're trying to figure out how to win some rounds alongside Rob Strong. Rob Strong goes red, 7th thou red. Rob would have had a head start of about a quarter of a second, but unfortunately he tried to make it more. Greg Dreher, 012 off the tree, runs a 43 with a 0 on a 43 for an exactly 12 thou pack. Yep, I think Greg Dreher is finally getting it in the sights there. John Ealing, 642 the dial in on that Camaro, how about Corvette convertible, alongside the 63 Corvette. Ricky Duchel driving that car to a 556. So almost a second head start for the blue Corvette, and then the red Corvette, the one with 2 back windows. Come and get him. Two spectacular lights. I mean, spectacular. Somebody's got to win. It's going to be Ricky. Ricky off the line, 012. Sean off the line, 006. But in a double breakout, Ricky closer to the number. He goes up 55 with a 5 on a 56. There's a 40 with a 0 on 42. Sean breaking out by 2. Ricky breaking out by 5 thou. And that is the win right there. Jim Harvickson goes under by 1/1000th. Man, Darren Taylor was going to be hard to beat. 0-15 light, and he ran an 11 with a 1 on a 9. Sir James taking the 67 Barracuda back to Escondido, but it was great seeing him out here, no doubt about it. Doing a great job with that car. Here's Dennis Paz. Dennis, 678, dial in for that El Camino. You know, eventually we're going to get a couple of these El Caminos paired up, especially the way Paz is going through everybody here. Dave Schaefer says, not on my watch. The 66 Mustang, 388 inches of forward power, 674 the dial. So Dennis is going to leave in just a blink. That's also a technical term. Blink. There's blink, smidge, tad, tinge. We've got all of them. Everybody wheels up. Dennis out there looking out the window, looking for him, puts on the wind light. Dennis, a beautiful 017 off the tree, goes to 683. Dave, not quite sure what happened on reaction time. 76 with 7 on a 74, but that was actually 1 on the tree with Dennis's great light, and then he runs an 83 with an 8, coasting through the traps. Robert Neighbor driving a Corvette. Robert Neighbor is going to try to stop the mid-60s El Camino reunion as A.J. Cameron driving a 64 El Camino. 658 to dial in for the red-black El Camino. The Corvette, 520, so a second and change head start going over to A.J. Cameron. Bakersfield versus Miraloma. AJ staging up. Here comes Robert Neighbor. Wheels up lunch for the El Camino. Robert Neighbor's Corvette moves out just as fast. Cameron, 58 with a 5 on a 58. Started out 007 for a 12,000 pack. 22 with a 1 for Robert Neighbor on the 20. He had a 006 light, so 1 thou better there. But with an 015 stripe, A.J. Cameron moves on to the next round. Ryan Mangus. Ryan, 615 to dial in for that white Camaro that you see over here in Michelob Ultra Lane. Deanza Fitzgerald. DeAndre's getting the job done, this 70 Nova. DeAndre gets the lead first. 652 his dial in. 615 for Ryan. Tight race at the other end. Ryan Magnus goes a 617 with a 5 on a 615, starting that out 004 on the tree. DeAndre goes 054 off the tree and then runs a 51 with a 2, just slightly under his 52 dial in. Ryan moves on to the next round. DeAndre gave it a good fight, just not quite enough. Justin Short. Well, it's kind of painted similar to a cop car. It's got the right colors. You just got to put them on the right panels, I guess. Justin Short, 64 Chevelle, 554 his dial in. He's going to wait on Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones is the Mickey Thompson sponsored 72 Nova. So Jeff Jones can get about a half-second head start on Justin Short. And then that little 64 Chevelle, which says for sale, by the way. Although the way that car's been picking up checks the last couple of days, he might want to rethink selling it. Excellent lights, both sides, gets to the finish line. Win light says the guy with the slightly worse light, that would be 015. That was the bad light of the bunch. Then runs a 54 with a 5 on a 54 to put together a 020 package. Forces the breakout over of Jeff Jones, who went 007. All right, continuing on with Super Pro. Oh, boy. Caleb McKibben driving out of the Bakersfield White Lane Automotive. Dragster, 506 dial-in. Half-second quicker. Marcos driving the black dragster. Marco Pervolaris, 461, the dial-in there. So going to give Kaylee about a half-second head start. Kaylee off the line first and puts out Marco Pervolaris. Kaylee 005, 507 with a 0 for a 15 thousandths pack. Marco runs dead on as he goes a 61 with a 6 on a 61. His 023 light, not enough to put on a win light. He runs through at 151 miles an hour, so he was flat-footed on his way through. And Kaylee, boy, there's putting down a gun that carries a little fame. Kaylee moves on to the next round. Dorkar versus Dragster right here. This is an interesting pairing. Pearson Deming driving the little 76 or 7 Nova alongside, I believe that's Steve Williams. Steve dialed 442. Two-second head start for Pearson. 77 Nova. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Winlight comes up on Steve Williams' side. 444 with a 5 and a 442. He came out, started it with an 018 light. Pearson, little bit off the tree for him, 030 light. Runs a 55 with a 0 on a 56. He took a 023 stripe when he needed to take a 123 or 013 stripe. Yikes. Jason Rosenbaum. Jason's been moving right through some heavy traffic today. 472 is his dial in the black and yellow dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. But if you're going to win this thing, you're going to have to go through Darrell Wirtz right now, coming down from Meridian, Idaho. These Idaho racers are just flat out tough. Like I said, Jason Rosenbaum, he's been doing the big fight today. A 006 on the tree, and then he goes 72 with a 4 on a 72. He got forced into that because of how close Wirtz got to his number. Man. So, 9-tile package to put the win light on. Dean Bush, 474. Alongside Kevin Johnson, 450 even. So a quarter of a second head start going over to Bush. So he's going to leave out of the three-way Chevrolet line just a double smidge. 4,000 separate them on the tree. They get to the other end. Dean Bush makes up the 4,000 difference and takes a win as he goes 475 with a 0 on a 474. 451 with a 7. Uh-oh. That meant a 3,000 stripe down at the other end. Chad Axford, driving a dragster. Imagine that. Kyle Raposo, also driving a dragster. His dragster's black with purple valve covers. That's how you know who his is. So, Chad making a bit of a trip. He's coming all the way from Mount Washington, Kentucky. Going to give a 200s head start to Kyle. Took the head start away from him at the tree. 008 for Chad. Then he runs a 73 on an 8. Kyle goes 69 with a 4 on a 69, but unfortunately gave up a bunch on the tree. Dylan Howe, 450. Mike Hollins, 474. Howe driving the black dragster over here in the Ultra Michelob Lane. Dylan, out 006 off the tree, a 51 with a 0 on a 50 for his 16th pack. Takes out Mike Collins, who started that out with an 028 light. Runs a 73 with a 4 on a 74. And Dylan moves on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call. Double entered pros, lanes 1 and 2. Singularly entered pros to lanes 5 and 6. This front motor dragster's been making his way through traffic today. Aston Schoenfeld, 434 cubic inch small block out in front, alongside Mark Kidd, 615 cubic inch Kidd Performance. Chevrolet Power, parked behind him there, 467. So he's going to leave first, or he's going to leave second by about 2/10. Front motor dragster is going to leave, then he's going to leave. Woo, baby, this one's tight. Winlight comes up over on Mark Kidd's side. He runs a 469 on a 467. 86 with a 9 on an 85. There was only 7th difference between them on the lights. And Mark Kidd makes the best of it as he ends up taking a 2,000 stripe. He got 7th on the tree, and he needed all of it. Man, that was a seriously tight drag race right there. Gage Cameron back around again in his black dragster alongside Dave Meyer. Dave 473, Gage Cameron 502. Excellent lights both sides of the track. This was anybody's guess. Goes in for the win. 503 with a 4 on a 502. With a 015 light, takes the win over Dave Meyer. Meyer goes 72 with an 8 on a 73, breaking out by 2 thou. Gets the first, but breaks out. Gage Cameron moves on. Hey, keep in mind that the RV service is going to be on the grounds here now, and anybody who's going to need service, just kind of flag him down and tell him where you're at, and they'll be more than happy to help you out. Jonathan Flores gave it back to Larry Beckner. Larry kind of stole it with a 002 on the tree. Jonathan's light was not very good. And Larry Beckner goes 494 on a 491, good for the win. Tom Bear running the kid. Here you go. Race kid dialed 467. Tom Bear 5.00. The professor does take his time staging them up. Ray's kid starts it out perfect, but he goes 000 on the tree. Tom Bear gets the dead on with a 4 on the other end, but unfortunately gave up a bunch on the tree, and it gives Race Kid the win. 472 with a 4, taking the win. Robert Butler driving the dragster you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 473 the number. Joey Trotsky. The altered. Butler chasing after the altered. Can't do it. Doesn't get there. 21 with a 2 on a 20. Joey started out with a nice 013 light. Robert starts out 032, and the rest is history as he goes a 74 with an 8 on a 73. Don Torres dialed 544 alongside Greg Hicks, 475. 3/4 of a second head start. Goes over to the front motor dragster. Back motor dragster coming to get him. He's going to have a surprise down there at the other end. Torres took the tree with him. He goes 005 on the tree. Runs a 45 with a 3 to put together an 18th thou pack. And then there's Greg Hicks, 475 with an 8 on a 475. Margin of victory at the other end, 3 thousandths of a second. Here's Cooper Chun. I thought he had that 510 painted on that car, but apparently he scratched that out and put a 511 all the way up there. He's got his hands full here. Dave Mazier, the $20,000 winner. So Dave Mazier, 475 is a dial in. Everybody staged up. Tree comes down. Ooh, baby. This one's tight. 9 thou at this end. Cooper Chun goes 12 with a 2 on his 11. Dave goes a 75 with a 4. Margin of victory, 1 thou. Everybody was green and everybody was good. That was a real live 1 thou stripe down the other end. Wow. So Dave Mazier's reign as yesterday's champion, working towards today's champion, needless to say, found a perilous death. Yikes. Cooper Chun moves on. Marco Paravalos is back. He's got one entry left alongside Bailey Neighbor. Wait a minute. This is a rematch. $461's a pair. Looks like nobody wants to stage this up. I mean, this thing, they're just growling at each other right now. All right, they're up on the chip. Tree comes down. Go down to the other end. Marco 62 with a 3 on 61 with a nice 010 light. Bailey gets down there too quick. 60 with 4 on a 61. So Marco keeping himself in one of his entries and maybe getting a little bit of revenge. Attention the pits, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. Need you guys. Double entries, 1 and 2. Singular entries to lanes 3 and 4. Wow, there's a good pair right here. Jason Rosenbaum's been getting tough to deal with. He's alongside Steve Williams. Steve Williams goes red by 2 thou. Jason Rosenbaum continues on. He runs a 71 with 4 on a 71. No liar there. Starts it out with an 0-2 green light, and that 0-2-2 green light's exactly what he needed to beat him. Wow. Man, this is going to be some interesting racing going on here. This is Mr. James Warden. James, a 19 American. This is an American flyer. That'd be a wagon. James taking his time staging it up. This is a single you really want to make the best of, as obviously we're going to have this weather situation about the same for the next 2-3 hours. 0-1-6 off the tree. Runs hard through the other end and goes a 59 with 2 on a 58. Yeah, I'd say he's dialed pretty well. All right, here we go into pro. Here you go, man. This is a tough little race right here. Chase Trimp, he's tough to beat. I'm just telling you right on out. Jody George, local racer, has a lot of cars. He goes 710 on a 710 for the win. As Chase Trimp goes a 53 with a 4 on a 54, breaking out by 6 out. Jody George. Here's Cliff Hall alongside Dennis Paz. Dennis 678. Cliff Hall a 603 dial in that real fast little white Maverick. Okay, here you go. Tough race going on right here. Dennis Paz out with a great light. Cliff Hall out with a great light. Great light's a pair. Goes to the other end. Dennis Paz in a double breakout. His 77 with a 6 is closer than Cliff Hall's 0-2 with a 4 on a 3 by exactly 0.02 of a second. Dennis Paz ends up taking the win. His 007 light better than the 021 light of Cliff Hall. Ron Nichols, the Hammer, driving the 64 Olds 442. A lot of people don't know this. You could have ordered a 4-door 442 in 1964. Ron Nichols, he opted for the 455 cubic inch Elephant engine Ernie motor, which he's got in there. That's why he rotates this to a 705. 689, the dial in for Randy Stanley. Hammer and Stanley leaving side by side. Go through the 30 clocks together. They go to the finish line. Winlight pulls it out. Randy Stanley goes a 691 with a 2 on a 689. Starts that out with an 016 light and takes an 06 stripe at the other end as the hammer goes way off and runs a 712 on a 705. And the Randy Stanley Fighting Club goes crazy. Richard Llewellyn. Oh, baby, Richard Llewellyn just went red in his powder blue Chevy 2. DJ Humar driving his Chevy 2 wagon goes 643 with a 2 on a 644. But what beat Richard was the fact that he put a green light on, Richard put a red light on. Another pair coming your way. Amber Rutherford out of Wembley, Alberta. Driving 603. That's a pretty quick little Mustang you're driving there, Amber. And C.W. Hofer, he's driving the Firebird. 733, so a second, third head start. C.W. Hofer, nice 0-2 off the tree, actually got beat. Amber had an 0-17. So the 0-2-4 by C.W., he runs 35 with a 9 on the 33. The 7 with a 1 on the 0-3 for Amber means, yep, the math gets tough, but basically works out to .005. At the other end, C.W. Hofer sneaks a little teeny stripe. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Super Pro Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for double entries. Lane 5 and 6 for the singulars. And while I wasn't looking, Darren Taylor puts up a 018 light and then in a double breakout puts on the win light. DeAndre Fitzgerald, 650 with a 9 on a 652, breaks up by just a few thousandths more. Darren Taylor breaks out by 8 thousandths, and that's closer to the 2, and he puts on the win light. How far away is Reary, Idaho? Or how do you even pronounce it? Paige Smith, this beautiful 1967 Malibu is still in. Jeff Taylor going to try to do his best to keep that from happening anymore. That 99 Dakota, 540 inches of Dodge motor, that ought to be enough. 578 dial in, so he's going to leave second. Paige is going to leave first. That's the way it works, Mike. Second, first, somebody gets to. Big wheels up launch on that Chevelle. Here comes the pickup truck. This is tight down at the other end. It's the pickup. The pickup truck, 578 dial, goes 580 with a 0. So over by exactly 2, an 04 light. Paige Smith, a 057, then runs a 12 with a 0. Over by 1. That means, that's right, we're counting the little digits again. .007 at the other end. Jim Hulse, Henry Roberson. Sticker 701 dial alongside the 736. So the Datsun gets to lead first. Jim Hulse, track champion, trying to hang on to his reputation, trying to hang on to the steering wheel in that Datsun. That thing goes pretty good. Winlight comes up with Henry. 7 flat with a 5, less for the 2 breakouts. Pedro Valdez getting the odd lot single. Pops up a 007 on his way down the track. He goes, survey says, 703 on a 702. So 17th out pack in practice. Let's see how it works out for you. Next round, Pedro doing a great job in that little Firebird. We got Super Pro door cars hiding out there somewhere, and a Super Pro dragsters have been called. Super Pro dragsters, you have been called. All right, give a little moment or two here to do a quick cleanup, and then we're going to bring out some more cars. If you got a Super Pro dragster, you need to bring it to the lanes. If you're double entered, make sure you bring it to lanes 1 and 2. Again, while I got a chance, I want to remind everybody, if you need RV dump service or pump service or water or both, guys are cruising the pit, flag him down and get what you need. Also, I want to remind racers, I know we're finishing up the afternoon here. Chris had said something earlier. I want to kind of reiterate. Guys, not only, of course, make sure that you clean up your trash. There's lots of trash cans out there. Just pick it up and put it away. That's good. And then the other thing is especially any waste oil. This facility does have waste oil collection. Please utilize it. If you've got any questions, ask one of the officials. They'll tell you where it's at and lead you that direction, so that way we can make sure all waste oil is in there. Those kinds of infringements don't just affect the fact that there's some poor track operator or poor track worker or somebody that's got to pick that up and then clean it up and do the right thing with it. Under certain circumstances, you honestly could be infringing upon our ability to race. So please, whatever you do, guys, especially when it comes to anything that's considered a hazardous material, make sure that it gets put away correctly. Thank everybody for your cooperation on that. Also, don't forget that if you need to pick up your money, you need to go over to the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer, just at the base of the tower. Go over there. Any money from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and pretty soon on Sunday, it's all going to be over there. So you make your way there. Also, while you're over there picking up your money, don't forget to swing on over there and pick up an event T-shirt. I'm sporting one. I look good in it. I've got to say, I do look good in it. There's some people out there that might look a little bit better in theirs, but look, Mike's not believing that there could be anybody who could possibly show off a shirt better than I can. Mike, you might not know this, but I have been a member of the Most Appearing Crew. Mike just asked if I could talk faster. Okay. Let's don't forget dragsters. You've been called dragsters. Again, racers, especially on the last day of competition, one of the things that we ask for more than anything is your cooperation on calls. Pretty soon it's going to be real obvious. You pick up a time slip that says win on it, expect that we're going to be asking for you to come back before you want to. But that is kind of the way this sport works. The sooner you get back, guys, the sooner somebody is going to get that Mazier Enterprises $10,000. Don't forget, of course, Pro. They got $5,000 up for grabs today. That's a lot of fun. Darren Taylor, come to the lanes, please. Darren Taylor, come to the lanes. If you'd be so kind to bring your race car, because we need that almost as much as we need you. And if you don't show up, I'm going to have Mike sing his rendition of Baby Come Back. Actually, I think I'm going to have Munson sing it. Thanks. That's going to work much better. Again, we are waiting on one car. It's almost as embarrassing as when you're on that tram thing at a couple of different airports. The reason you're not leaving is because somebody's in the door. That'd be the one in Atlanta, by the way, that does that. It points you out to everybody else. All right, I hear motors firing. This is lots of fun going to happen now. Here we go, baby. All right, here we go. We're kicking off Super Pro Door Cars, and we got Greg Dreher. Greg driving the Camaro, that 85 Camaro, dial 645. So this is kind of funny because we got the Ford driver driving the Camaro, and then he's got a race against the Ford over there, the 98 Mustang, Randy Cloud. 570 the number, so 0.7 of a second. Let's just call it 3/4 of a second, close enough. Difference in the dial-ins. Guys, hurry up, go fast because Mike is Mike's fading fast here. There we go. Check that out, man. Wow. Everybody's got a 3 in their reaction time. The difference was Randy Clouds was at the end. 003 for Randy, 030 for Greg. And the answer is 570 with a 1 on a 570 with a 003. Greg, you had your hands full there, man. That one was going to be tough to defend no matter what you do, as Randy Cloud puts up a 4,000s pack. So far, of the ones I've been calling, that's the best one in all green. Greg Dreher breaking out and actually didn't even get to the stripe as he breaks out by just a few thou, but he wanted to run it out just to see if he could catch him and couldn't. Dennis Paz. Dennis Paz driving the El Camino a lot. He drives it a lot. Ricky Duchal, Ricky driving a 63 Corvette, which he drives a lot, by the way, and put in a bunch of rounds the other night and still going rounds today. So this is going to get interesting. Wheels up launch for Dennis Paz. Ricky coming charging right after him. Hit the stripe. It's tight. Wind light comes up. Dennis Paz. Dennis 020 on the tree and then goes a 77 with a 1 on a 77. Ricky goes under by a few thou. He runs a 54 with a 5 on a 55. Dennis got 2 and change off him on the tree, and that was pretty much the difference as he was an 023 stripe at the other end. A.J. Cameron out of Bakersfield, because we haven't seen enough of these mid-60 El Caminos. You could say they're mid-century modern El Caminos. Oh, man, A.J. goes red. Darren Taylor. 038 on the tree. That's the good news because the green thing means you win. Run 613 with a 5 as he runs it out. A.J. runs a little bit under by like 1 thou, but gave up a 13 thou on the tree and the red side. Darren Taylor moves on. Ryan Mangas. Ryan, 615 alongside Justin Short. Mike, this is when you want to watch here. These guys, this is 2 tough ones right here. Staging them up early. Well, you know, if you take them out early, then it makes it easier later. Nope, not with these guys. 553 the dial in for Justin Short. He's driving the black and white. I'm taking out the Prowler. Camaro out there. Here comes that big Chevelle. Answer is the Camaro. 616 with a 3 on a 615 after an 016 light. Ryan takes the win. Justin Short, an 064 light, then runs a 56. I think he tipped the brakes as he didn't figure he was going to get there. Ryan moves on to the next round. Here's Pearson Deming, the 77 Nova, alongside the dragster of Jason Rosenbaum. And then the only left is a long list of dragsters. Attention the pitch, Pro ET, Pro ET. This is your call to the lanes. You'll be paired up. Oh, man, Pearson Deming goes under 53 with an 8 on a 55 because Jason Rosenbaum 006 and then a dead on with a 7 for a 13th out pack forces Pearson to try. Pearson did everything he could. He took a 0-1 stripe, but he needed to take just a little bit less. $5.44 the dial in for the Taros machine. Joey Trotsky, $5.21. Trotsky driving the altered. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Who's going to get it? Wind light says Joey Trotsky. He has an 012 light to Don's 021 light. And then he runs a 22 with a 0 and a 21 and takes the win. The 47 with a 5. Almost left enough room to get there. Dylan Howe, 450. That thing's fast. Man, that is just a nice fast dragster right there. Alongside Dean Bush. Dean Bush got a lot of rounds in yesterday, and he seems to be doing the same thing today. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Who's it going to be? Dean Bush. Dean 478 with a 6. He actually gave up 12 thou on the tree and gets it all back on the track. Dylan goes 49 with a 5, breaking out by 5 thousandths. Here's Mark Kidd alongside James Warden. Mark Kidd driving the black dragster with the purple Kidd performance sticker on the side. Alongside James Warden. James driving the red dragster. Red dragster's 460. Actually is going to let Mark go first. No, he seems to be in a hurry to stage this thing up. There we go. Now somebody's got to do something, even if it's wrong. Ain't nothing wrong here. 2 near perfect lights off the line on this end. Wind picker says James Warden, 60 with a 7 after a 005 for 12 thou. And that's exactly what Mark cut on the tree was a 12 thou. And then he runs a 68 with an 8. Wow. So a 12 beats a 20. And then if you do the math on that 12 and 20, that looks like 008. What an absolute spectacular race that was. James Warden getting there by 8 thousandths of a second in front of Mark Kidd. Gage Cameron driving the black dragster you see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane, 503 the dial. Larry Beckner. Larry's dragster, 492, so he's going to give a 1/10 of a second over to Gage, and then he's going to come after him. Scottsdale, Arizona versus Bakersfield, California. Gage Cameron, sponsored by Valley Painting. How long did it take to paint a valley? Well, good news is you're not going to have a lot of time because you're going to have to come back to the lanes. 504 with a 7 on a 503 for Gage after a nice 015 light. Takes the win. Larry gives up a little too much on the tree as he goes, gives him 4 actually. Breaks out on his way down the track. But Gage, real nice setup, goes 015. Then the 04 with 7. That's a winner. Here's Kaylee McKibben. Kaylee driving the dragster, another Bakersfield racer. And, man, you got to know who's over there in that other lane. This is Marco Paravalos. Marco, Pinella, Hoosier, CRE, they all sponsor this car. Kaylee, I'm telling you what, Kaylee, the giant killer, she goes 505 with a 9 on a 507, but makes no difference because Marco drops it in red. And then, of course, he runs dead on the number with a 6. Marco, I believe that's his second out, and I believe Kaylee did both of them. Boy, that raises Kaylee's stock quite a bit. Here's Cooper Chung. Cooper Chung, he scratched out that 510 he'd had on there all weekend and decided to go to 511. And so far, that's working out pretty good for him. Chad Axford making the trip in from Mount Washington, Kentucky. Hundredth of a second separate him down here. Brake lights, maybe. A double breakout situation, 5-10 with a 6 on Cooper. So you can see he's going to come back around next round and put that 5-10 back on there. 466 with a 1 on a 467. The difference in the breakouts is about 5 thousandths of a second. And that's about how tight it was as Chad gave up 1 on the tree. He goes 019 to Cooper's 009. And my Cooper Chung marches on. Looks like it cooled off just enough to put that number back out there. All right, here we go. Steve Williams driving the black dragster. Jason Rosenbaum driving the yellow dragster. And he's chopping them down 2 at a time here so far. Jason Rosenbaum is still double entered and still charging forward. Steve Williams' car is fast, and I mean fast with a big old F fast. 445 alongside 471 for Jason Rosenbaum. Red light. Jason Rosenbaum goes red. Steve Williams goes greenish. Little puff of smoke out of the top of the end there in Steve Williams' machine. Hopefully that isn't signs of anything to come. 4.43 with 9. He goes under, but of course makes no difference to Steve because once he hung that green light, he was good for the win. 70 with a 9 on a 71. Jason missed that by a thou. Keep in mind he's still in another entry, so he needed that information. All right, Pro, you guys should be getting put together in pairs in the back of the lanes here. And then remember, racers, pretty much as soon as you're going to be ready, if you put on that wind light, please figure that we're going to be asking for you real soon. So please always be ready. Listen for that call. And for any reason you think you missed it, at this point in time, there's just about enough room here. We could probably fit everybody in, so don't worry about that. But, again, it's going to get serious because as obviously as you get on the ladder, you got money coming. So if it wasn't serious before, it's more serious now.
Okay, you go ahead and sit down. I don't want you to overwork yourself by any means. We'll go to Pro ET. Sitting here looking, and I'm just like, wow. Pro ET quarterfinal round. Wow, just sitting up here looking at the pairs and going, holy cow. Randy Stanley. Oh, the fan club shows up. Yes. And Jeff Taylor. Randy will be right side. The Michelob Bolter lane. Jeff Taylor, the hay hauler. Be in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Randy will be at 6, 8, 9. That's the Noah. That Gary's Automotive Team Machine getting the head start over Jeff Taylor's Dodge Dakota at 579. Jeff Taylor to go to the semifinal round on Mazier Enterprises $5,000 Sunday. They are in and set. They are clean. They are green. Here comes that Dakota pickup truck. Watch that baby top end. Wow. Randy Stanley, one over with a 9.035. Lights up that scoreboard. Jeff Taylor was 001 green and broke out by 4,000. Getting there first by 500. Darren Taylor, another one of the, go wild backflips. Jody George, 709, the Oldsmobile. Darren Taylor, 612, the 76 Nova. To go to the semis. Mazier Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday. Red light start Darren Taylor by 13,000. Jody George, 20 on the tree, 7063. Jody George to the semi-final round. How about this pair? DJ Homard, 644 in the wagon. Henry Robertson, 701 in the Stickers Mustang. Couple of big-time players in Pro ET. There's 4 big-time players in Pro ET out on the pad there right now. They're set. Here we go. Red light start, DJ Henry moving to the semifinal round. Henry 038 6988 on that 701 dial for the win. DJ was 021 RED. How about this pair right here? C.W. Hofer, 734 in Firebird. Pedro Valadez, 702 in the Firebird. Pedro Farside, C-Dub over here. Two of the very best in the biz to go to the semis. Okay, to tell me there is one more car back here in Pro ET. Way to ruin my parade. It's okay. So to go to the quarterfinal round on Mizzier Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday. Down there, top end, watch this, baby. C-Dub out by 1,018 for the win. Pedro Valadez out by 4,046 for the loss. Wow. What a matchup there between two of the very best in the biz. Oh, attention pits, attention the pits. Super Pro door car to the lanes, please. Super Pro door car to the lanes, please. Well, Eric just changed my mind. Way to go, Eric Arnett. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, DJU the Lanes. Super Pro winners, you are on a ladder, DJU the Lanes. Super Pro. The buy run this round, Mizzier Enterprises Sunday for $10,000. Randy Cloud, 569 for the L&M Transmission Service Mustang. In set, see if Randy's going to show off. Nope. Just going to cruise on down through there. So Randy will cruise down through there and come back. 1171, 62 miles an hour. Jason Rosenbaum. Dennis Paz. 676 for the Pazmobile. 471 for the Townsend Stillhouse and Grill. Drags her in from Victorville. Right at a 2-second head start going to the Pazmobile there. Jason Rosenbaum going to try and run him down, get to that stripe first, and don't go quicker than 471. Red light start, Dennis Paz 004 RED. Jason 026 4708. And Jason Rosenbaum moving in the next round on Bazir Enterprises. $10,000 Sunday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. James Warden, Ryan Mangus. 615 Ryan in the Camaro. 461 James Warden in the Dragster. Pre-stage, both drivers. Green light start. Green light start. Oh, watch this baby down there. Top end. Here comes that dragster. How about Mangus? 10 on the tree. Dead on 2 for the win. James Warden 004 and out by 11 thou for the loss. Wow. Ryan Mangus was 108 miles an hour. James Warden was 150 miles an hour. Gage Cameron, race kid. So 504 for the Gage Mobile. 468, the Assassin. Gage is pre-stage, waiting on the Assassin. Green light starts. Down there, top end, that wind light says the Race Mobile. Race. 14 on the tree, 72 with a 6 on F, 68 dial for the win. Gage Cameron was 13 thou over, but was 058 on the tree. Kaylee McGibbon, Dean Bush. Kaylee Riside for White Lane Automotive and Dean Bush. 505 Kaylee. 475 Dean Bush. Green light starts here. Dean up belongs Kaylee at that finish line down there. Dean Bush, 3 over, 78 with a 2, 014. Kaylee, 50, and an 06 with a 4 on that 05 dial in. Stevie Williams, Cooper Chun. Williams, the Foggett Dragster, 443. Cooper Chun for Dave Barcelone's truck down up there in Washington, 510 Cooper Chun. Watch this baby down there. It's going to be great. It's Stevie Williams, 039, dead 5 for the win. Cooper was better at 018 and 13 with an 8 on that 10, and Cooper Chun heading back to Washington. Joey Trotsky, Darren Taylor. Darren, 613, the Nova. Joey Trotsky, 522, the Altered. Red light start, Darren Taylor, 001 RED. Joey Trotsky, 006 out, 520 with the 9 on that 22 dial, but Darren was 001 red. That does it for that round of Super Pro. Pro ET coming out. Henry Robertson, Jody George, first pair. $707 Henry Robertson. I'm sorry, 7 flat Henry. 707 Jody George. Red light start, Jody George by 1,000ths of a second. Henry's 26 on the tree. Henry goes 6, 9, 8, 9. It moves to the next round. Jody 7058 on that 707 dial. And 001 red. But a great start in the debut for Jody George in that Oldsmobile. Dennis Paz, Randy Stanley. Randy Stanley, 6'8", getting an itty bitty little head start over Dennis Paz and the El Camino at 6'7", 5". Randy Stanley Fan Club, ready to go wild. Two of the best in the biz right here. Paz the El Camino, Randy the Nova. Gary's Automotive Team Machine, right side. Paz Automotive, left side. Who's going to the next round? Red light, start Randy Stanley by 004 RED. Dennis Paz, 76 on that 75. Randy red lights way at 90 with a 6 on that 88. 004 red. C.W. Hofer. 730 C-Dub. So C-Dub on the 30 dial-in. Is he going to show off? 22 on the tree. C-Dub, 728.7 on that 30 dial and moving to the next round. C-Dub and Henry Robertson are starting to have their typical race days when the money's on the line. Vizier Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro winners to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners to the lanes, to the back of the lanes for your pairings, please. All winners, please pull to the front of staging lanes. All winners, please pull to the front of staging lanes. We will pair you up at the front of the staging lanes in Super Pro. Super Pro winners, just pull up to the front of the staging lanes. We'll pair you right there. Super Pro winners to the front of the lanes, please. Super Pro winners to the front of the lanes, please. Hey, Randy, you might want to dial that up to the last run. I think that 569 was a little quick. Super Pro winners to the front of the lanes, please. Super Pro winners to the front of the lanes, please. So Byron to Joey Trotsky on that 520 dial. Double O 05 off that starting line. Dialed in 520. Joey Trotsky, 5217 144. 5217 144. Dean Bush, 475 the dragster. Randy Cloud, that L&M Transmission Service Mustang, 569. Pro winners back to the lanes, please. Pro winners back to the lanes, please. Just like that, they're all here. Green light starts here. Dean left, Randy right down there. Top end, that wind light says, wow. Dean Bush is 12 on the tree, breaks out by 14 thou. Randy Cloud, 22 on the tree, out by 9 thou. The Mustangs coming back is Ryan Mangus, Jason Rosenbaum, Jason far side, the dragster, Ryan over here, Kyle Rizzoli's Camaro. $614 Ryan Mangus. $471 Jason Rosenbaum. Head started that wheel standing Camaro. That long rocket ship. And try and run him down. Oh, watch this baby down there. Top end, that wind light says Jason. Dead on 5029 for the win. Ryan was 44, got down there second, and broke out by 5 thou. Steve Williams, Race Kid. $467 the Race Mobile. $443 Steve Williams the Foggett Dragster. Pre-staged. Head start right side. The tree comes down. Green lights they're separated by 3,000 down their top end. Race Kid by 7 thousandths of a second. Goes 12 on the tree, dead on 2 to take out Steve Williams. 15 on the tree, dead on 6 by 7 thousandths of a second. Race Kid moving to the next round. Henry Robertson, Dennis Paz, to the best in the biz right here. 7 flat Henry, 676 Dennis Paz to race C.W. Hofer for $5,000 on Messier Sunday. Green light starts here. Henry right, Dennis left. Oh, man, watch that down there. The scoreboard says Henry. Wow. Henry goes 14 on the tree, 1 over 701. Dennis pauses 43 and goes 1 under 675. The final is going to be spectacular. Henry Robertson, C.W. Hofer for $5,000 on Messier Sunday. C.W. at 735 of the Bird. C-Dub is 20 on the tree. About 735. 729.1, 92 miles an hour. Super Pro winners, that final round, back to the lanes. Henry, C-Dub. I'm sorry, Super Pro Semi, Pro Final. Super Pro Semi, Pro Final. Henry to the staging lanes, please. Semi-final round. Super Pro, Missouri Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday. Joey, Randy, Jason, race. The first pair, semi-final round, Missouri Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday. Joey Trotsky, Randy Cloud. Randy Cloud dialed down to a 567 in the Mustang. Joey Trotsky hanging with that 520 in the Altered. So little head start, about a quarter of a bulbish to the Mustang. Green light starts, fourth down difference down there at the top end. It's going to be Joey Trotsky, 5:21.2, 0:16 for the win. Randy Cloud dialed down to a 567 from a 69, 012, 569, 7. And a great effort on Missouri Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday in Super Pro. Who will Joey Trotsky race? Jason Rosenbaum, Race Kid, the assassin right side, 467. Jason, 471. Pre-staged to go to the final race, Joey Trotsky for $10,000 on Missouri Enterprises Sunday. They are green light stars. They're separated by 4 thou down at the top end. That Jason Rosenbaum. 008 dead on 3 takes out Race Kid. 004 2 over 469 0. Jason Rosenbaum, Joey Trotsky for Mizzier Enterprises, $10,000 Sunday. Renee, your husband's waiting for you. Pro final. Oh, look at Henry and CW working each other over. What, are you guys working? Are you guys going to flip a coin? Who's going to take the stripe down there? Yeah. CW and Henry working a deal down there. They're both lying. Two of the very best in the biz, CW and Henry. Mizzier Enterprises, $5,000 Sunday. Well, it waited till Sunday for CW and Henry to have those CW Henry days. I would take a folding chair and go down to the finish line to watch this pair. 7 flat Henry, 731 CW, and I will tell you, last round, they both ran quicker than those numbers. Henry Robertson will be in the heck, never mind, I won't say anything. Henry at 7 flat, the Michelob Ultra Lane, C-Dub, 731, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Two guys, been there, seen that, done that. They are in and they are set for $5,000 on Azir Enterprises Sunday. They are separated by 5 thou off that starting line down there. Here comes Henry trying to reel him in, top end. Wow. By 2 thousandths of a second. C.W. Hoper, $5,000 richer. 014 dialed 731 goes 735.7. Henry Rosen 019 7044 on that 7 flat dialing by 2 thousandths of a second. C.W. Hoper picks up at Mazir Enterprises $5,000 check. One final left for 10 grand. Jason, Joey, you can make your way to the lanes whenever you're ready. C.W. Hoper, don't forget winner circle pictures, brothers. C.W. Hoper, winner circle pictures. C-Dub, winner circle pictures, please. C-Dub, winner circle pictures. Your check has been canceled. Test 1, 2. Super Pro finalists, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro finalists, need you the lanes, please.
C.W. Hoper spinning silver into gold. C.W., we're looking for you down the winner's circle. Bring your entourage. Get your winner circle photos in while we're waiting for the final. In the $10,000 Mazir Enterprises Sunday Super Pole. Man, this Super Pro is absolutely awesome racing the whole time.
Super Pro finalists need you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro finalists, Jason, Joey, for $10,000. Missouri Enterprises Sunday. Well, let's see. You won Hughes Performance Saturday here last year. You won Hughes Performance Saturday at Tucson. And now you win Missouri Enterprises Sunday, 3 in a row. Now you know you can't play anymore, C-Dub.
Oh, I'm playing, buddy. Man, that was so cool. What a great final.
And I commented that you and Henry had not exactly had CW Henry weekends so far.
No, we've never raced in a final. That was our first final round ever.
Really, you guys have raced a lot together, each other. But, man, it hadn't been that good of a weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you were just kind of there going rounds. But now you and Henry put it together, both of them. But you, my friend, are $5,000 richer for the third time in a row.
Praise God, man. That was awesome. That was just so fun. That was a fun day.
Can I pour the beer over your head? No. Oh, okay. Wow. Really? Really? Wow. Wow. Dang. I can do this. I can do this. Really? Wow.
Here, I got it.
Oh, you got it? Hey, Dawson leaves me on the ground and gets the microphone. Dang. I want my beer back. Oh, God, yeah. All right. Yeah. The museum can send me your shirt.
Super Pro final, Super Pro final, Super Pro final of the final day of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Missouri Enterprise Sunday. There we are, right there. Our two finalists are in the lanes. Apparently, Mike English has had technical difficulties. Also, racers, remember, we said this yesterday. Although you will have to leave fairly early in the morning, it isn't like you got to get up at the crack of dawn, but close to it. Racers, if you do need to overnight camp, you can tonight and leave in the morning. That will be available. Mikey, did you end up getting a little beer on you? All right, here we go. This is the final. Again, thank everybody for coming out and participating. The Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic Bracket Race. This is Missouri Sunday, and these racers are racing for $10,000. Well, actually, one's racing for $10,000. The other one's racing for $2,500. So a lot of money on the line right here. All right, here we go. Jason Rosenbaum out of Victorville. 471 for the Townsend Dragster. Joey Trotsky over in the other lane. I hadn't seen him over there a lot. Joey Trotsky, 520. Tree comes down, everybody's green, and everybody's almost perfect. Goes to the other end. Jason Rosenbaum, congratulations. You are $10,000 richer. He runs a 471 with a 3 on a 471 with a 002 light for a 5 thou pack, and he gets forced into taking an 01 stripe at the other end because Joey Trotsky 009 and then a 520 on a 520 with a 7 for a 16 thou. Unbelievable. You go 009 and you got very, very, very slim to none. Wow. Check that out. Joey Trotsky, he'd been taking that stretched out, altered all the way to the final. He looked like he was going to be unstoppable. Jason Rosenbaum coming up the other side of the tracks. He just absolutely positively knew that he had to do that. And he put a 5,000s pack together and then takes a relatively small stripe down at the other end because Joey Trotsky was working it. Awesome, awesome final for the Mizzier Enterprises Sunday Super Pro. $10,000 to win. And congratulations, the big checks and the winner's circle are coming up now. Joey Trotsky, congratulations, man. That was one of those races where we should be congratulating you for the win. The only difference was you did all the stuff it took to win. Jason Rosenbaum just did just that little teeny, and this is a smidge better. Unbelievable. Jason Rosenbaum, congratulations. You are the Mizzier Enterprises $10,000 winner. And everybody, thank you very much. Winner's Circle will be taking place here in just a moment. Anyway, as Jason, bring your car back around. Bring your entourage, and somebody bring enough beer to actually cover Mike this time. All right, guys. Thank you so much. On behalf of myself, Jay Kaysen, on behalf of Mike English, thank you very much for listening to everything we had to say. You've got the patience of a saint. And good night.
on Vizier Enterprises $10,000 Sunday. Jason Rosenbaum, you are glad to listen to your wife and buy that second entry, aren't you?
Yeah, for once I listened and did what she told me instead of arguing. I did it. It was good. I was doubled in till the fourth round and blew it on a red and came back and it was solid. This car has just been magic today. I've had my head up my backside all weekend making mistakes, and Mike, my buddy Mike Agnew said, today's your day. Sure day, just do it, and it happened.
A $5,000 package in the final. Joey wasn't bad. Joey was $16,000. Come and get you some of that.
Well, I was good against race. I said I knew I needed to be better, so I just went for it. I just hammered it, locked on, and focused, and did what I had to do.
And then when you got back here, you said the transmission was a little worn, so you went over to.
Not bad. Right now it's not bad, but when I was doubled, it was 235 degrees. It was smoking. It was hot.
And you talked to Dave. Hey, I need one of those pans Monday.
Yeah, I think we're getting one of them. Put it on because it just that's hard on a trans. I don't want to do that. Even though my Kessner Transes work great, I don't want to fry one.
Don't blame me at all. Congratulations, my friend, on Vizier Enterprises Sunday. $10,000. Hey, Jason, let's talk about their sponsors.
These folks are all Apple Valley High Desert businesses who I've trusted, and they trust me. Townsend, Stillhouse and Grill, Topak 66 at the Colorado River, Kelly's Underground, Bidfast and Last, and Conco Construction. They make this because, I'm a civil servant, and we do okay, but to do this and do it competitively and consistently without their help, it wouldn't happen. And I can't thank those folks enough. Jay and Jennifer Kelly at Kelly's, Chet Hitt at Townsend, Jeff Patterson and Joanne Graham at Bidfast, and Shannon Denmark at Conco. They're the best. They keep me in this.
Congratulations, my friend. Great job. And we'll meet you at Townsend tonight for dinner, okay? Absolutely.